Let's start off in the beginning. I know Nero X, I'm gonna go back a little bit because I want to hear her question this this lead investigator from the beginning, okay? That's where we are.
Good morning, Detective Reese. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Detective Adam Reese.
And where are you employed, Detective Reese?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
Thank you.
How long have you been employed there?
18 and a half years.
Thank you.
What is your current position at the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I'm a homicide detective.
How long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
About 5 years.
And can you describe, were you assigned as the lead detective for the homicide investigation into the homicide of Jade Benning?
Yes.
And can you explain, what does that mean to be assigned as a lead detective to a homicide case?
The lead detective, y'all. He was the lead detective. He is the one that dropped the entire ball on the entire case, y'all. He is the lead detective, okay?
So in the homicide unit, we have multiple detectives, obviously, and we have multiple deaths that need to be investigated throughout the year. So we have sort of a rotation that we go on between each of the teams. So when it's your turn on your team, you're assigned the case, and at that point, you're the lead investigator. So you make most of the decisions related to that case and utilize the help of your teammates to assist in that investigation.
And are you just working with other homicide detectives, or are there other units within Metro Nashville Police Department that assist you depending on the case?
Oh, depending on the case, we may work with our Titans unit. We may work with any number of the investigative units, depending on some of the nuances of the case. The crime scene investigations, the crime lab, medical legal investigator that works for the medical examiner's office. We spend a lot of time communicating with the district attorney's office about any homicide case. Other agencies sometimes even.
And if you could just clarify, what is the Titans unit at Metro Nashville Police Department?
There's sort of a investigative support unit that helps with like surveillance, tracking fugitives down, that sort of thing, gang intelligence.
And do you have supervisors that you report to and request things from?
Yes, our team is supervised by a sergeant.
And can you describe how did you become aware that you were going to be assigned to this case?
This particular week, we were on call for after-hours homicide call-outs, and I received a call fairly late in the evening. I don't think I ever documented exactly what time I got the call, but it was around 9 or 10 p.m. on the evening of the February the 26th, and Sergeant Chris Dickerson, who was my supervisor at the time, called me and advised me of a case I was going to be assigned.
Which that is currently Captain Christopher Dickerson, is that right?
Yes, he's been promoted twice, at least since then.
And you said that was 9 p.m. on February 26th. That would have been 9 p.m. Sunday night.
If the 26th was a Sunday, yes, and I'm estimating it was 9, 10, sometime late in the evening.
So not on the 25th at all?
Correct.
And can you describe, explain what the logistics were of you getting called and assigned to this case at that point in the investigation versus you responding to Vanderbilt University Medical Center when Ms. Benning was transported there by ambulance?
So we generally do not take a case unless we've received information that the victim is not going to survive. So if like someone is shot, say for instance,
You funny,
and
Jamie.
the hospital says they're likely going to pull through, there's a separate unit that investigates non-lethal shootings and aggravated assaults, that sort of thing. We take it if it's going to be an actual homicide.
And when you were assigned, what did you do first? What was your first response?
Well, my first thing was just to get a quick briefing from Sergeant Dickerson over the phone to kind of learn some of the basics of the case. And at that point, myself and several of my teammates responded to headquarters where we had arranged for Jade Benning's mother and a friend of hers to be there so that I could begin interviewing them and finding out the circumstances of the case.
And can you describe why would you have them brought to headquarters versus going to them?
We usually like to do as often as possible. We like to do interviews at headquarters because we have audio, video recorded interview rooms, and also all the resources available in our office for if I needed to look up something on a computer, print out something to show them, that sort of thing.
And were they contacted and asked if they would come?
I don't recall the exact circumstances of how they were summoned, but I know they came willingly.
I guess that was the point of my question. You didn't have to bring them down here or anything, is that right?
No.
And can you describe what information did you learn in those initial kind of moments of speaking to Captain Dickerson and also speaking with Miss Jade Benning's mother, Bridget Burks, as well as Miss Jade Jackson?
Yes, so when I first spoke to Sergeant Dickerson at the time, he let me know that there had been a call the previous night in which the Domestic Violence Division responded. He said that there was a young woman who had gone into cardiac arrest and was revived either at some point in the process, and she was taken to Vanderbilt, and that a friend of hers had made allegations that she'd received a phone call saying that she'd been drugged, something to that effect, and that domestic violence had gone out and done some interviews, and they've gotten new information that
J. Lou, I'm actually starting it over from the beginning of his testimony because I want people to listen how sloppy of a job he did from the beginning to the very end. So that's why I started it over. I know you are far, far, far ahead of this interview or testimony, I'm sorry, but I started his over because he's where the ball dropped. Okay, so even if Blaise is the killer, if he did do the poisoning, which I don't believe he did, but if he did, this detective is going to be the reason why he walks. Okay, so that's why I started it over. And I know you've probably seen this part before, but I want to start it over because I want to explain some things as it goes on. Okay, so thank y'all for supporting this live stream. Thank you, Jamie G. She said you have my support. Thanks for keeping us updated with this case. Yes, girl, I am invested, and listen, I want to know it all the way out because I just don't think he did it. But thank you so much. Appreciate you, y'all.
she was not going to survive from the incident and reassigned the case to homicide, and it was my turn, so it was being assigned to me. So,
And can you describe your interaction with Miss Nigella Jackson?
yes, we conducted an interview. I believe we started it just a little bit after midnight, in the early morning hours of the 27th. She basically described her evening to me.
And can you, I guess, describe, was she able to give you specific details or what?
Yes, she actually was able to give me a very specific timeline.
And was she able to tell you specifically about the call that she received from Ms. Benning's phone and what she heard on that call?
Yes.
And did she give you very specific statements that she made?
Yes, she did.
And in the process of your investigation, did you review her prior statements to other officers and Detective Smith and compare it to what she told you?
Yes, because there was a recorded interview with Detective Smith, I believe, and then there was also body camera footage where officers spoke to her at the hospital.
And was she consistent in providing that same information every time?
Yes.
And what, if any, other information did you have at that point?
I had information that she was in a relationship or something, and she was pregnant with Mr. Taylor. And there was some ambiguity about the status of their relationship, whether they were just actually dating or she was just pregnant with this child.
Can I object to hearsay in regards to what Jada has said, as well as the bolstering of the witness through other statements she's made?
Okay, I don't know what you define bolstering, but do you hear me for?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hollins cross-examined Ms. Jackson about one of her statements and said that she said something previously she did not, and so I'm allowed to ask about her consistency.
Okay, I'll overrule it.
If you can continue, you said that there was some confusion as to the status of the relationship. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection, hearsay.
That's just his opinion and why he's doing what he's doing, so let's get to where you want to go?
I guess, what did you do next, and did you gather any other information before you did what you did next?
Well, after I finished interviewing Miss Jackson, one of my teammates had created a search warrant.
So it seems like the lead detective is actually the witness for the state, and she's doing her questioning now, and then it's going to go over to the defense. So the defense part is the good part, but let's just lead up to the good part, okay?
After the search warrant to search her apartment. Before we went to the apartment, previously when I'd spoken to Ms. Burks, she had explained to me that they had retrieved a comforter in which Jade threw up and vomited on from the apartment. So prior to going over there, that was secured in their vehicle, their family vehicle, in a bag. I went out and photographed that in the back of the vehicle and collected it and took possession of that. During that same time, one of my teammates had acquired the search warrant for Ms. Benning's apartment, and then we went to that location to conduct the search warrant in the apartment.
And can you explain why is it that you got a search warrant? Did Ms. Burks give you permission to go, or why would you get one?
We wouldn't even ask because all the information I had at that time was that apartment was Jade Benning's and Jade Benning's alone, and Jade Benning was not in a condition to give us consent to search the apartment. So we generally get search warrants on every residence anyway.
Is that kind of a standard operating procedure?
Mm-hmm.
And there.
So Joanne says, my theory is she wanted to terminate the pregnancy through drugs and blame him, not thinking she would unalive herself. The fuck. I thought you said the fuck. But I don't know if that's the case. However, I mean, thank you for the tip. But I think because later you're here, I've already heard this part, so I may be telling on myself. But later on, you're going to hear that right before she called her friend and said that, what'd you do to my drink? I can't feel my legs. She took about anywhere between 10 to 15 selfies between the two of them, like as if they were having a good old time, a great date. And she took selfies as if they were just a very happy couple. So I don't know that, Joanne, that might be a little off, I think. But thank you. J. Lou said, my theory, she was having a date night and wanted to get freaky, so she got a Molly. Now, that might be the case because she did meet with her drug dealer, which we are going to find out. She met with her drug dealer before Blaise ever even came to her house. So I do believe she wanted to get a little tipsy or a little freaky or whatever you want to call it or whatever, or be really relaxed. Because mind you, they haven't had a date in a while because, they broke it off in November. Okay. So let us continue. Let's just see.
That was the first moment that the search warrant was obtained for that apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I guess is that typical in a situation like this, or was this kind of an atypical situation?
No, this situation was unusual in that it had been with another unit who was handling it as a non-death scenario, then coming to us as a death scenario. So it was not typically done that way.
And Ms. Burks told you that people went to the apartment and she said she had something from the apartment that she had to give to you.
He's already said, so what's your next question?
At any point did she, I guess, express that she felt like she had done something wrong by going in the apartment, or did they feel like they could go into that apartment at the time they did?
I don't think I didn't get the impression she felt like she did anything wrong, but she just explained to me that she named off.
See, what I'm thinking right now is he has to kind of clean it up a little bit because he's trying to justify why those people were allowed in the apartment. Now, from yesterday's testimony, the reason why it took so long for them to go into the apartment, when I say them, I mean the detectives, is because they had to secure a search warrant to go into the apartment. But the friends didn't need no search warrant because they were given permission by Jade's mother, okay? But for the police to go in and search your apartment or take anything out, they have to have court approval unless you yourself give them approval. So they had to go through the courts to be able to enter the apartment, and the friends thought that they were taking too long, and that's why they took it upon themselves to go in there, okay?
Well, I don't believe that he's giving me her actual words, and I was just asking.
Okay, he answered it by his first word. She didn't feel that way, so what's your next question?
Detective Reese, is it possible that an officer with Metro National Police Department that was at the hospital told them they could go into the apartment? Do you know if that's possible?
It's entirely possible.
And I guess describe that process. Once you got the search warrant, what happened next?
So we met one of our, there were some patrol officers that had been already sent there by other, I believe, the supervisor. And we all met at the parking lot of the apartment complex, which is in the 1500 block of Lebanon Pike here in Nashville, Davidson County, where this evidently had happened. And I met one of our CSIs there, and I gave him the comforter that I had taken possession of from Miss Burks.
And would that be which CSI?
Mr. Terry, I believe. And then
So he is the detective that took the comforter from Miss Burks, okay? So Stephanie, which is Jade's mother friend, went into the apartment, took the blanket and other items. Jade, mother friend, which is Stephanie, gave the blanket to Jade's mother. Jade's mother gave it to the detective. The detective turned it over as evidence, and then the evidence room turned it over to the biochemistry lab. I'm just going to say that, but another clinic or office that take care of biochemicals or biohazards, throw up, you know what I'm talking about. So it was transferred like 4 or 5 different people before it reached the lab, okay?
after that was given to him, or maybe while I was giving that to him, I believe our patrol officers entered the apartment with a key that had been provided and cleared the apartment just to make sure there was no one inside. And then we went inside and CSI did photographs of the apartment, and then we conducted a search.
And can you describe, were you present the entire time while that search happened?
Yes.
Was there any point that you would have been doing something else and not been kind of in that kitchen area of the apartment?
I wouldn't say I was in the kitchen nonstop. I went into other rooms.
And I want to show you as part of Exhibit 16. Do you recognize that image, Detective Reese?
I do.
And can you describe, there are 2 bottles that are on the corner of that counter. Did you put those bottles there?
No, I did not.
Do you have any idea who did?
I believe it was Detective Samuels, who was with our team at that time.
Is that technically something that...
So let's zoom in a little bit on these bottles. It looks like there is, let me look at it. It looks like it's lemonade. It looks like it's pink lemonade. Look like kind of like an apple juice. I don't know what that other bottle is, but what do y'all think that is? I don't know what that is. But anyway, let's see if they say what it is. But then there's a blue cup and some other stuff. So they were sipping on some things. Okay.
Should have been done, I guess is my question.
No, because those were taken out prior to or during the time where CSI was doing what we call overall photos. They were taken out prematurely.
And also from this same exhibit.
Okay, so I see pink lemonade. So it looks like they took some stuff out of the refrigerator and took photos of it. And that's what he just said. They took it out prematurely. So it's not like Jade and them left it out on the countertop. That is what some officers took out to take a picture of before inserting it back in there? He said that it was taken out prematurely.
Can you describe, there is a cup that is over to the right side of the sink.
Yes.
When you were there executing the search warrant, can you describe what, if any, relevance did that plastic cup have to this investigation?
At the time of executing the search warrant, there was, it wasn't believed to have been relevant. The glasses that you see pictured here on the island were,
You could circle them.
sure. These were thought to have been relevant based on the interviews I'd done earlier that night.
And why is it that those were the focus?
Because it was mentioned that they were drinking out of the glasses earlier that night when.
And can you explain what you mean by it was mentioned that they, what information?
During the interview with Nigella Jackson, I learned that she had stopped by Jade's apartment earlier in the night, and she had explained that Jade was having sort of a date night where she was cooking Alfredo and they were painting. And she was doing that with Mr. Taylor, and she explained that she loved Jade's chicken Alfredo.
Okay.
I was not getting that much detail. But
So it sounds like she's saying why she stopped by is because she loved Jade's chicken Alfredo. But I still think that she was uninvited, but let's find out.
Sorry about that.
That particular cup, again, at that moment, did you know anything? Did you have Jade's cell phone? Had you had an extraction done? Had you gone through it and looked at the pictures?
Now, I think we were in possession of her cell phone by that point, but we had not had the opportunity to be able to have it examined, extracted, or go through the massive amount of content on it.
If this witness could be handed, I believe it's Exhibit 21. I apologize. 28 is the iPhone.
Okay, you be in the 21. See if the clerk back there. We need exhibit 28. Okay.
Do you recognize that item, Detective Brees?
The envelope is sealed. May I open it?
Sure.
Yes, this is Jade Benning's cell phone.
All right, this time I'm going to ask that Exhibit 28 that was previously marked for ID be entered as Exhibit 28. Detective Brees, who did you receive that cell phone from?
I believe it was Miss Benning's mother, Bridget Burks.
And can you describe when you obtain cell phones, having the passcode, is that useful?
It is very useful.
And did Ms. Burks provide you with the passcode to Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
Did she provide you with information related to Ms. Benning and kind of what had transpired from the time this happened?
I have a question for you guys. Do y'all give y'all mother or friends passcodes to your cell phone? I didn't think that that was a thing. No one has the password to my phone. So I wonder if, is that a good thing to do just in case something happened and somebody need to get into your phone? Do y'all give y'all significant other or your relatives the passcode to your phone?
Until the time she met you.
Yes, she had.
And did she provide you multiple details about anything and everything that happened with that apartment and or her phone?
She provided me, you said everything with her
I
apartment.
mean, did she tell you that people had been over there?
Oh, yes. She'd explained that people had been by there.
And was she freely giving you as much information as she possibly could?
Absolutely.
And later, I guess in the investigation, did you receive photos from Miss Lauren Weber?
Yes.
And I want to go back to those. Those are Exhibit 13. Do you recognize those, Detective Reese?
Yes.
And if you could just read out the date and time.
That's February 25th, 2023 at 11:29 p.m.
Very briefly, I wanted to make sure that I qualified it before we went too far. I have no issue with the phone itself being entered, but not everything on it. So if there is something in the phone, I would like.
Well, we'll get there if they were planning on introducing something else.
I just wanted to.
The phone itself, it was already made. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Reese, did you see this photograph kind of early on?
So let me just say this right quick. So the date night was for them to get together and paint something to put in the baby's room. Let's stop for a moment and just say, just playing devil's advocate. If he planned to poison her and unalive her and the baby, or some of y'all say that y'all think that he just wanted to unalive the baby, do you really think that he would have partaked in painting a canvas for the baby's room? Or do you think he would have said something like, no, I just want to come over and watch a movie? I think that he would want to do less, because painting a canvas for the baby's room and then turning around and unaliving the baby, I would think that would leave even more bad memories for him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I mean, he's 26 years old. I don't think he's so smart or so calculated that he would be like, yeah, let me pretend like I really wanted this baby by painting a baby canvas, when in retrospect, I'm about to kill both of them tonight. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that he thought that far.
Investigation.
Yes, fairly early on.
And do you recognize anything in that photograph?
Yes, I recognize the glass sitting there and the pieces of art on the counter and the painting supplies and accessories.
And this is the second photograph in Exhibit 16 and Exhibit 13 that was provided by Ms. Weber. And do you see the same two glasses from the other photos?
Yes.
And now I want to show you an image from Exhibit 29. This is after Ms. Benning's cell phone has been analyzed. Can you describe when you saw this photograph? Did anything stand out to you?
That photograph was actually brought to my attention by Miss Burks. She mentioned to me that this one was taken that night and mentioned something.
If you'll answer the questions.
So I see where they're getting. They're trying to say some glasses were removed, right? They saying that right there, they had 3 glasses on this photo, but the other photo, let's go back to it right quick. It only had 1 glass. You see that 1 glass right there? That 1 glass right there. But then, and this is what the detectives took photos of, but this particular one was the glass the friend took. They took, the photo that the friends took. Okay. It says a photo was taken in the progress of their painting at 8:29. So this is 1 glass, 2 glass, and a cup. So they're trying to say that's missing, but you can always say one of them 4 people could have taken that out. That doesn't say that he got rid of it, because he left with the ambulance. Where did he do? Throw it out the window? Did he let down the window and throw all 3 of those cups out the window? Where are they? Where are they?
And maybe I should clarify, did Ms. Burke Burke show you this photograph before you received the extraction?
And Ms. Burks is the one that showed him the photo. The mother that told those people to go over there and secure her apartment.
No, I received the extraction. I just hadn't noted that particular photo.
Okay. And can you
Okay, so Ms. Burks didn't show the photo.
describe that cup? When you saw it in this photograph, did you associate it with anything at the crime scene?
Not initially.
But we just looked at photographs from CSI Terry. Can you describe kind of after you looked at everything and talked about this, what do you see here now?
Yes. After some time, I realized that cup we didn't realize was even there. And then after time viewing this photo, noticed it to be in the background beside the sink there.
Can you describe, did you ask anyone to collect that cup
No, we did not, the night of.
and why?
We did not realize it had any relevance to the investigation. It appeared as though it had been just washed and put aside to dry.
If you are investigating a poisoning case and you see a cup on the countertop, he just testified to he didn't take the cup because he thought it was just a cup that was washed and set aside to dry. This is a detective, a lead detective at that, just testified to that.
And can you describe, did you direct them to collect items from that apartment?
The CSI, yes.
And after that was done, what was your next step?
My next step was I wanted to try to find out what we had going on. So it's going to be a series of tests requested related to items seized from the apartment.
Can you describe at that point on the 27th, did you have any clear idea of exactly what was going on?
Not yet at that time.
And so you said that you were going to run some tests. Can you describe at what point did you receive information from Vanderbilt Hospital about any laboratory testing?
I was eventually told that there was a secondary urinalysis done that came back positive for cocaine.
And was that the information you received, or did you have lab work with values and things of that nature?
I didn't have any lab work. I was verbally told that it was an initial screening done, came back negative, and then I believe sometime on the 27th I was notified then that, okay, there was another screening that came back positive. I didn't know why that discrepancy was there.
And
So they had two screenings. The first one came back negative for cocaine, and the second one came back positive for cocaine. Which one do you believe? Which one are they supposed to believe? The first one or the second one?
positive for what?
Cocaine.
And can you describe what are the next steps of your investigation?
I submitted a series of requests to test the glassware, the samples of some of the beverages, and eventually I requested that the lab test the comforter that had been seized to test the vomit to determine if there was cocaine in the vomit.
And was that done kind of later on in the investigation when you had received some more laboratory results?
The comforter was done, I believe, later. I'm sorry, do you have the Form 282s?
Honestly, I feel like we've talked about laboratory testing. I'm sure it's documented in an exhibit. I will move on. Who was the next person that you interviewed? Or can you just describe your investigation? At that point, what are you doing?
Well, later in the day on the 27th, I went to Mr. Taylor's house to attempt to speak with him. And then after that, I was just trying to have lab requests done to determine what samples were there. Also, early on in the investigation, I was just doing research I was doing Google searches, trying to get some idea of what happened.
Prior to this investigation, had you ever worked a poisoning investigation before?
No.
And can you describe the specifics of this case? Had you ever had anything that dealt with oral ingestion of cocaine?
No.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do related to those kind of facts of this case?
Well, in the first couple of days of the investigation, I did some internet research, just checking something to do.
Okay, he's answered your question.
You said you did some internet research.
Yes.
Was there information available on the internet?
Yes, there was.
And can you describe, was it one site, or did you find multiple sites with relevant information?
There were multiple websites from universities, government websites, and recovery websites.
And did you do anything else other than internet searches?
I reached out to a detective that I knew that had experience working drug investigations.
And the investigation that you did on the internet and speaking with that detective, was it consistent or inconsistent with the facts of this case?
It was consistent with the facts of this case.
And can you describe kind of what interactions did you have with laboratory testing requests and kind of all of the lab results that you know that we have back from NMS labs as well as NNPD crime lab as well as CFSRE lab?
So there was the testing on the beverage samples and the drinkware from the apartment had all come back negative after being tested at our crime lab. I did a lot of coordination with the crime lab director during that time, and it was explained to me that it was not within their capability to test the comforter for what we were trying to do, and that it was going to be outsourced. And I was told that would be outsourced, and I received results for that several months later. And then also in the shortly after the autopsy, I was advised of another sample collected at Vanderbilt that was being sent off for toxicology through the medical examiner's office.
Did you meet with Dr. Carney during this process?
Yes.
And can you describe, were you making every decision about lab work, or who all was involved in this case that was kind of requesting the different laboratory testing?
I was coordinating between a toxicologist with Vanderbilt. I was coordinating between Dr. Carney, and I was speaking with the director of the crime lab at the time, the acting director, Amanda Sweet.
And at some point, did a group of those people, along with myself and Deputy Moore, and you all get together to meet to kind of discuss what the evidence was in this case?
Yes, we did.
Is it fair to say that none of us didn't know anything about it, and we needed them to kind of educate us about it?
That's very accurate.
And can you describe, once you received the extraction from the cell phone, is that something that you would look through by yourself, or how does that work?
I usually would look through it in conjunction with one of our SISU detectives, which is the Surveillance and Investigative Support Unit. They do digital forensics.
And Detective Tom Miller is in that unit, correct?
That's correct.
Did you work with him and meet with him during the investigation process?
Yes, we work in the same building, so I would talk to him on a regular basis about this.
And again, Detective Bruce, kind of at that early outset, you have the information from Jade Jackson. Did you ever speak with Mr. Keontae Jones?
I did.
And was that an in-person interview at headquarters, or what type of interview?
I just spoke to him by phone.
Is it possible that he might not remember that specifically?
Speaking to me by phone?
Yes.
I suppose it's possible.
Did he provide you with information?
Yes.
And so, kind of at those early stages of the investigation, is it fair to say that you were unsure of the exact timeline compared to today, where Dr. Carney has given us a very definitive timeline?
Yes. Yeah, I was not sure of there was a lot to be discovered and found out and put in order.
And so can you describe what information, what were you looking at within Ms. Benning's phone, kind of for purposes of your investigation?
I was trying to look for anything that seemed like it might have been relevant to the investigation, because you don't always know exactly what's going to be relevant sometimes until you find something.
Were you specifically looking for cocaine?
Oh,
reference?
yes, I was looking for anything that I could find having to do with drugs, any that I could think of.
And I guess, can you describe, did you find anything in her phone that indicated that she had ever used cocaine?
No.
Did you look, I guess, can you describe how much information was in her phone to look through?
It was a very, very large amount. Thousands and thousands and thousands of text messages, photos.
And can you describe, were there any references to narcotics at all in Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
And those references, can you describe what type of narcotics were referenced?
Marijuana, and on one or two, or a couple of occasions, a mushroom bar.
But absolutely nothing related to cocaine, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe, did you look at kind of the timeline of when Ms. Benning became pregnant?
Yes.
And can you describe, after she became pregnant, what, if any, references in her phone were to marijuana?
There continued to be references with the person, with the contact that I ascertained to be her dealer, but they were always.
Would that be Danny Weed?
Yes.
So right there, you guys, Danny Weed is her drug dealer. That's who they're calling her drug dealer, right? And she would contact him for marijuana and mushroom bars, whatever the hell that is, a mushroom bar. Imagine that. But nevertheless, the state attorney just asked, did you continue to see any contact with her and her dealer after she found out that she was pregnant? And he says yes, but now he's trying to clean it up by saying, oh, but the conversations was this and that. Listen, would you stay in contact with your dealer if you are not dealing drugs because you are pregnant? Would you still stay in contact with him? Be like, hey, what you doing today? Oh, I just wish I was high, just 9 more months so I can get back litty in the city. I mean, what do you say to your dealer if you're not dealing or taking drugs for at least 9 months because of your pregnancy? Yeah, okay. So anyway, she stayed in contact with her dealer even while she was pregnant.
And they always appeared to be her facilitating for other friends, coworkers, and things like that to get them marijuana.
And specifically,
Oh, come on. So now he said that he saw messages where she was the middleman. She was facilitating a deal, not for herself. Like, okay, you get my friends 5 bags, 5 dimes, dime bag, 20 bag, whatever. So she was the facilitator after she became pregnant to get her friend their drugs, okay?
did Ms. Benning have a communication with Danny Weed on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And did you look back at that and locate a message that preceded her contact with him?
Yes, another person, I believe that one of her coworkers, specifically asked her to reach out to him to get a half, which I ascertained to be a half ounce based on my knowledge of the lingo.
Did you speak to multiple friends and family of Ms. Benning?
I did.
Did you find any evidence that she was using drugs or alcohol after the time she became pregnant?
No, I did not.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do related to Ms. Jade Jackson?
I reviewed her messages with Jade.
Were you, I guess, have you already decided what happened, or were you investigating to see what evidence was there?
I was trying to see what evidence was there to add that into my, factor into my findings.
And can you describe, I guess, the volume of communication between Ms. Benning and Ms. Jackson that you found?
They communicated on a very regular basis.
And were you looking at the content of their communications to determine what their relationship was?
Between Isaiah and Jade, yes. I mean, I was factoring that in. It was clear to me that they were close friends.
And can you describe what, if anything, was in Ms. Benning's phone related to Ms. Keontae Jones?
To Keontae, I believe he was only referenced with Nigeria when she was coming over. That's the only time I remember seeing his name pop up.
So it's fair to say that they did not have communications between each other.
Not that I found them.
And can you describe what, if any, investigation did you do into Ms. Benning's contact with Mr. Blaise Taylor?
Yes, I reviewed messages between them.
And can you describe, did you review all of them?
I believe I reviewed close to all of them. There were a lot.
And were you looking at the content of those messages to kind of develop a timeline of events of when things happened?
Yes.
And can you, were there specific things that stood out to you within that timeline?
Oh, yes.
And you have Ms. Benning's phone. We saw that cell phone sitting on the island in that picture that we just looked at from Ms. Benning's phone. Did you ever obtain a cell phone from Mr. Blaise Taylor?
No, I did not. Well, not during that time frame.
Did you obtain any devices during that time frame of the early investigation?
Not from Mr. Taylor, no.
And can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I just didn't get a phone or anything from him during that time frame. There were some obtained later after his arrest in Utah.
Was there a tablet that the Titans team provided?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they provided that, I believe, sometime maybe in the summer of 23.
And we've already heard testimony on that. Can you describe, I guess we're kind of fast forwarding a little bit, but describe when did you obtain a cell phone related to Mr. Taylor? How did that happen?
There was one seized incident to his arrest in Utah that was held for me, and I flew out there to attempt to interview him and also get some items that were obtained during a search warrant by authorities in Utah, and I took possession of those and brought them back here.
And Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed in August of 2023. Can you describe what's the time frame of when charges were sought in this case?
The case was presented to the grand jury on March 6th of 24, and I believe the capias was in the system as such that the U.S. Marshals could adopt it and go look for Mr. Taylor in Utah, I think by the 13th. Usually it's not uncommon for that to take about a week to get in there, and I believe he was arrested on the 14th of March of 24.
March 6th, which that date is significant in this case, but this is March 6th, 2024.
Correct.
And that there were not charges up until that moment, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed in August.
I would have to refer to the actual report. I believe that's correct.
What the report says.
Yes, that's what I would defer to, is what the report says.
Can you describe the cell phone? Were there other items that were seized that belonged to Mr. Taylor?
I believe there was some laptops and iPads, a GPS tracker. I'd have to look at the inventory sheet, but it was several iPads, a few laptops, and a GPS tracker, and there were a couple of USB flash drives.
And did you locate a cell phone that would have been the cell phone Mr. Taylor was actively using on February 25th of 2023?
No.
So what, if anything, in the investigation did you do attempting to find information about what Mr. Taylor might have been doing on a cell phone?
I wrote a search warrant to search his iCloud account.
And did you receive a return on that?
Yes.
And can you describe, did you review messages in that iCloud return?
Yes, I did.
And were there messages between Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benning?
Yes, there were.
And were you looking to kind of sync those up with the messages on Ms. Benning's phone?
Yes.
And as part of that, I guess, can you describe, as you're looking through information, are you continuing to meet with and kind of discuss things with Detective Tom Miller?
Yes.
And specifically, was there something that you were looking for related to that iCloud account?
Yes, I was trying to find, due to the volume of information on there, I was trying to look through keywords for things that may have been relevant to the investigation.
And that extraction of the iCloud, did it provide you with Google searches?
Yes.
And can you describe the number of Google searches?
There,
So right now they're doing a sidebar with the judge. I guess they don't want that information out, or they want to be careful with how it comes out. So right now he's basically saying that he did, we have heard that he did notice from, I know he ain't in the middle of the court putting spray in his mouth. What the hell is that spray? People just use anything. Did y'all just see what he just put in his mouth? He must have a sore throat and he's trying to numb the back of his throat or something. Oh, now he's trying to act like he got a damn cold. But nevertheless, I believe he botched this entire investigation. Whether he is going to allow a murderer to walk or he's covering up for those women that went into the house, because for some reason, I think they have something to do with this. Whether, they're trying to cover up the fact that Jade could have OD'd on her own, because it does sound like that she was a drug user. It doesn't sound like she stopped. If you're still in contact with your drug dealer, even after you're pregnant, that tells me that you're still dibbling and dabbling, If I found out I was pregnant and I wanted to get off drugs, I'm done with the drug dealer. I don't want to talk to the drug dealer. I don't even want to go around the drug dealer. I would be like, no, you facilitate that yourself. I don't want to have no dealings with it because I'm too much thinking about this baby that's growing inside of me. So with that being said, I do believe that she was still using, I don't know what it was, but so far they have not been able to find no cup, spoon, plate, bottle, or anything that had cocaine on it. So I believe that whatever she got, because she met with her weed guy that day, and we're going to find this out in a few minutes, right? Probably another hour or so. But she met with him that day. And I believe the fact that she asked to meet with him, there's a text message in her phone that the defense is going to bring out where she asked the drug dealer man, can they meet that day? Okay. Yeah, he acting like he got a cold.
Did you notate specific things within the messages where, obviously Detective Miller has already testified in this case? Did you have additional messages that you reviewed that kind of related to that timeline between Ms. Benning and Mr. Taylor?
additional messages?
In addition to what Detective Miller already testified to?
Oh, there were several. I don't know exactly what he testified to, but I reviewed several messages related to their conversations.
I have a 4-page text message thread. It begins on January 8th, 2023 at 1:06:09 p.m. It goes to January 8th, 2023 at 2:10:25 p.m. I would ask that this be handed to the witness. Defense counsel's been provided a copy. I just read those first ones, the very last one. Right, 8. Oh, that one. Judge, I'm sorry, I gave this to them to review so that we could look at them ahead of time, but the pages have been mixed up. Can I have that back? So that I can fix it. Do you have the January messages? I gave them back to me. Okay, that makes more sense. Everything Do you recognize those, Detective Reese?
You have a moment to look on the
Or he hasn't been given anything.
I'm sorry. Take it back. Judge, may I take a quick break just to make sure we're all looking at something? I did show these to them ahead of time. I showed them to Mr. Brand, but I feel like when everything was given back, they are mixed up, and I would prefer that they be in order.
Okay, so they're about to take a break.
I feel like just 5 minutes, but I might need those back from them because, like I said, they're all mixed up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury.
Okay, they took a long ass break, so I'm fast forwarded until the break is over.
I said cross because I thought you were real close to finishing on direct, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to make an offer of proof related to text messages that we received from the state yesterday. The first thing I'd like to introduce as, and I don't know if these get numbered as exhibits or just entered separately, like for the appellate record, but the first item I'd like to introduce or submit as an exhibit to this offer of proof is a text message that was provided to us. It was purported to be from Apple Denny's phone. It is undated. It has some communications. This was not provided to us in discovery or prior to yesterday, which was Friday, June 26th. I would like to submit this as an exhibit to this offer of proof.
Okay.
You know, the state always doing that sneaky ass shit, right? They hold out stuff and don't give it up during discovery. And then they try to say things like, you did receive it. I did email it to you, when all along they did not. But anyway, so that's what's going on right now. It was some information that the state never turned over and now is being entered into evidence. It looks like some text messages.
Text message from Ms. Benning's
The second item I would like to submit as our offer of proof is a series of messages. Some of them may be versions of messages that we received yesterday as well from the state. They are purporting to be or identified as messages between Apple Denny and Mr. Taylor. They have dates on them that identify them as 6/20/2018. By our understanding, those are outside the scope of the search warrant for Mr. Taylor's iCloud. Obviously, we're not provided those previously, but they're also outside the scope of the search warrant for the iCloud. Some of them appear to be similar to that first text message. Some of them are additional to the first text message. So that was the second item that I would introduce as for our offer.
anything else?
Yes, I would just like to proffer for the court, or for the record, that as it is my understanding based on the state statements that if, in the court's direction towards me, that if we were to cross-examine in certain ways, the door would be open and those items would be allowed to be introduced in this matter. My understanding of the restrictions on the testimony based on the 404 hearing, that they were very limited. Cross-examination would potentially have included the following information. It would include questions about bias, questions about subsequent postings on social media that included bias. One of those items included a post from April of this year, which I will introduce as Exhibit 3 to this offer of proof.
Wanting to get into that or not?
I'm not going to anymore based on the court's instruction, but I'm introducing this as an offer of proof.
Okay, well, get the state, show it to the state, I don't know what to. I mean, I'm not ruling on whether that would come in or not.
Well, my understanding was the very clear direction from the court was I better not open the door, so I'm modifying my
For a lot
cross-examination.
of things. I mean, not just these. I'm not
For my offer.
for offering anything.
Thank you. For my additional offer of proof, cross-examination would also have included, which were asked about previously at our 404B hearing, the calls that Miss Denny had made to the police that were unsubstantiated against Mr. Taylor, essentially unsubstantiated prior allegations against Mr. Taylor. So I would like to submit for the fourth exhibit to our office for that would be part of our cross-examination.
Well, now, if you want to ask her, ask her.
Your Honor, based on the instructions yesterday, I don't want to risk opening any doors, and so we are not
be
going to
careful
limit.
to not open the door. I don't know that you can do what you want to do.
My interpretation was,
Well, you were wrong in your interpretation.
Lord, the defense and the damn judge, boy. I tell you, they've been going back and forth the entire time. Goodness.
I'm not preventing you from asking this. If you want to ask her, ask her.
I guess I need some guidance then on what opens the door and what doesn't.
How do I know?
That's the problem. So I think
It's not my problem.
I think what we're doing is I'm proffering that this was the
I'm not
material.
preventing you from introducing what you're trying to proffer.
So
The state says they're not getting
Just go ahead and say it, defense.
into this. So if what you want to ask Miss Denning opens the door to this, then that's the problem.
is that cross-examination of that material going to open the door?
How do I know?
Well, I'm proffering
Depends
that,
on her answer.
okay, well, I'm proffering the material that I would be cross-examining on the subject.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I'm not preventing you from asking about that.
Okay. Well, what I am proffering then for this offer of proof is that based on the information provided on day 5 of the trial and the instructions from the court, we are modifying and we are not asking those questions
That
based
is
on the
totally a
instructions from the
decision you can make. I'm just telling you, I've had lawyers, I describe it opening a door as large as a trailer truck. And that was just their fault.
Just so I
What you want to ask may not.
understand that the door is being opened to material.
I'm not saying the door's open to anything. I just said yesterday
my
afternoon, like, be careful in what you ask Miss Benning.
This judge is so aggressive. That's all I could say. Aggressive and rude.
In terms of whether it opens the door. It may not. I have no clue.
Sure, and I'm making an offer of proof as to the subject and the very careful subject matter that I intended to cross-examine.
I'm gonna go past their arguing because it seems like they do this for a minute. Let's see. Did he get past it?
Give the instruction to the jury that's in 42.10A Tennessee pattern.
So they didn't had to take the jury out and bring the jury back. Good Lord.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a 4-page document which begins on January 8th, 2023 at 1:0609 p.m. The messages go through January 8th, 2023 at 2:10:25 p.m. Detective Breeze, can you take a look at those messages and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And are those messages, I guess, can you say who those are messages in between?
Yes, these messages were extracted from Jade Benning's cell phone, and they're between the local user, which is her, that's her phone, and the contact she has saved as Blaise with the phone number we know who he is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that 4 pages of text messages be introduced to the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 50. And
The
I
defense
need
is-
permission to publish those to the jury.
Okay.
The defense is up in a minute for cross-examination, y'all. Hang in there with me. Hang in there. She's coming, honey.
All right. Just mark those. She has those on the computer.
Detective Breeze, can you describe the messages, if you can start at the beginning time and explain who they're from and what the content is?
So Beginning on January 8th at 1:06 p.m., Jade sends him a message talking about tagging along for an adventure. She was talking about a trip. Blaise replies, LOL, okay. And then she says, that's if you want, of course, LOL. Then he replies, gotta still have a job first, and second, you probably ain't doing much traveling for a while anymore. When next season rolls around, I don't think you'll be able to make impromptu trips on the weekends considering you'll have other responsibilities. Not trying to be negative or nothing, but just being, I'm sorry, I can't see, there's a little bar at the bottom. It says just being realistic. I mean, it would be,
Yeah, you can't move that.
it would be great if you could, but it's unlikely.
And the second page, can you read these?
Continuing with Blaise, not trying to be negative. I'm sorry, that was the last one I read. Picking back up with Jay now at 1:25 p.m. LOL, okay, didn't mean to make it all serious. But yes, responsibilities will be different, but living life will still be happening as well, just living differently. And I understand the realistic thinking of it as well. It's a part of the big change. He replies, yeah, especially for you. She replies, of course, wasn't trying to go into a serious talk for us, sorry. He replies, but we don't gotta be super serious. I just didn't want to sell false dreams. Because yeah, it would be great if you could come with on my work trips, but I just feel like it's not realistic from a financial or just a just feasible ability to randomly catch a flight and get away for the weekend.
And the third page.
He continues with, it's no big deal. I know you wasn't meaning it that way, but I just didn't want to be like, oh yeah, I'll bring you on the next one next year, knowing that it's probably a lie. She replies, totally understandable, babes. It's not like it can never happen because I'm having a baby, but being realistic, it wouldn't be able to be on the fly. Planning out things will always be an option. Life doesn't just stop because though. LOL, we're still going to have one, just living different. He replies, I hear you, but you can't minimize how much things are going to change for you. You gotta be realistic that things are about to be hella different for you and will change drastically. Your day-to-day life is not going to be the same. Yeah, life goes on, but it's forever altered and changed in a drastic way. I'm not saying it's over or anything, but it worries me sometimes when you downplay it and act like it's no big deal. And I know you always want to be super optimistic and stuff, but I feel like you need to be honest with yourself about the situation and know what's down the road for you.
And the fourth page.
He continues, I just want to make sure you understand the gravity of the situation and you're preparing for those realities, that's all. She responds, I'm not trying to minimize things, and sometimes I can be super optimistic, but which can be scary. I'm sorry, I can be super optimistic about things, which can be scary. But I do sit and process that there will be drastic life changes and prepare myself for the tough realities as much as I can that are to come. I'm not trying to make it seem like everything it's going to be all peaches and cream. I'm hearing and understanding everything you're saying. He liked, I'm not trying to minimize things, and sometimes I, sent by Jade previously. And then he asked, what time are you going to work? She responds, around 3.
And Detective Breeze.
So those text messages, the prosecutor want to try to make it seem like he did not want the baby, and he was saying, listen, if you go forward with this is going to change your life in a drastic way. You're trying to minimize it, and you're trying to be all optimistic, but you're not going to be able to go on work trips with me, and you're not going to be able to do this, that, and the third, because basically the baby is going to weigh you down. So he tried to make it sound like the 26-year-old at the time, Blaise Taylor, was basically saying, you're making a mistake by carrying out, this pregnancy.
As you described it,
But that didn't sound like that to me. It sounded like he was just letting her know life is about to change for you as being a mother,
multiple messages that were happening during that time frame of January, February, that kind of 2 months where Mr. Taylor had reconnected with Miss Benning.
Yes.
And I have another set of messages. They begin on February 4th, 2023 at 2:29:07 p.m. It's 9 pages goes to February 6, 2023 at 7:09:36 p.m.
You mean those or you have?
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I read.
Detective Grace?
I'm sorry?
Did you recognize the messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I introduce Phyllis as the next member of the objective T1.
Okay.
And Detective Grace, if you can describe who the speaker is and go through these messages.
These are more messages from Jade's phone with her as the local user, and with Blaise, his saved contact with his known phone number. It began on February 4th, 2023 at 2:29 p.m. And would you like for me to read them?
Yes.
Okay. It begins with Jade saying, "Hey babes, hope you're having a good day so far. Just wanted to apologize again for my mom's doings last night. I've talked to her again and let it be known not to bring you or my situation up to anyone. I want you to know I got your back and defend your side to situations." He responds, "Hey, it's been good, very productive actually, but it's all good as long as we're on the same page moving forward. Everything is cool, but I appreciate it." She responds, "That is good, love to hear it, and 100% will be." He loved that comment from her. And then he says at 11:50 a.m., "Hey, hope you're having a good day." That's on February 5th, the next day. That's followed by a message from Jade saying, "Thank you, hope you are as well. Are you free in an hour?"
And page 2.
He responds, "I'm at work. What's up? Everything okay?" She says, "Yeep," which she does that frequently. It's obviously meant to be yes. "All good. Was just going to come see you on my break." Says, "Oh, okay. What time is your break?" She says, "I'll go around 2:30 probably." "Oh, okay. I won't be done by then, unfortunately, babe," Blaise responds.
And page 3.
She says, "Next Tuesday is Valentine's Day." Says, "LOL, I honestly don't really celebrate it. I just don't get it. FR, which is an abbreviation for real, LOL." She responds, "Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's honestly just another day to me, just showing extra love, LOL." He responds, "LOL, yeah, exactly. I never understood why people make it a big deal." And she responds, "Well, you're still gonna be my Valentine," with the heart emoji. And it's a crying emoji.
And the next page, which I believe is 3.
Yes. At 2:27 on February 6th, Jade says, "That's good, making the day go by." And then she sends him a picture. He responds, "Yeah, I guess, LOL. Great spot." And then said, "Loved it." And then says he loved an image, which means he loved the picture that she sent at 2:36. And she comments, "Our second little date night spot, LOL."
And
So far, none of this sounds like this boy had any grievances against her at all. I haven't heard. Listen, I ain't trying to be funny, but I ain't heard, "Bitch, you need to get rid of this baby. I don't want to be with you. Like, fuck you." I ain't heard none of that yet, y'all.
4, can you describe what's shown here?
That is the photo that she sent him in the reference in the previous slide.
And were there previous messages that referenced they went there the second time they hung out?
Yes.
And the 5th page, can you describe what's shown here?
He responds with several laughing emojis to her referring to the date spot. And then she replies, "LOL, when you really liked me." Then he responds, "LOL, not when you really liked me. You always forget you was the one that chose to end it." She says, "Nah, I still really like you, LOL."
He said you're the one that chose to end it. So he wasn't even trying to end the relationship with her.
Blaise responds, "The power was in your hands and you made the choice." LMAO, which means laugh my ass off.
And the next page, which I believe is 6.
She says, LMAO, no, it wasn't my choice to leave. You just didn't like what I said. I'd be showing you I still do, LOL. Says, Blaise says, I gave you 2 options and you made your choice. Don't try to rewrite the past, LOL. More laughing emojis. You ain't slick, LOL.
And the 7th page.
She says, "Oh, I'm not rewriting, LOL. We not going to even start this though. because we both go back and forth. He responds, because you don't want to admit what you did, it's cool though. She responded, you gave me a crazy ultimatum, LOL, and weren't really wanting to go my route either. We're here though and trying to build our relationship, LOL. And he says, LOL, I wanted to try a relationship because I thought you wanted that and liked me like I liked you.
And the next page.
LOL, true from Blaise. That's at 6:30 p.m. on February 6th. She replies, LOL, patiently waiting on our next date. He responds, you were supposed to make us breakfast, but was too tired. She responded, LMAO, I thought you didn't want it since you had to be at work early. He responded, uh-huh. She responds, well, this next Saturday morning, I'll make us breakfast. And we still need to plan an actual date night out with each other, LOL.
Detective Breeze, I want to kind of talk about the time frame of your investigation. You said that you had researched.
Nothing about those text messages scream, I want to poison your ass. I want to unalive you. Nothing screams that to me, you guys. But let's continue.
The facts of this case. Did something come up where you contacted someone in July of 2023, specifically related to this case and the facts of this case?
Yes, I contacted Apple Denny.
And can you describe how did you come to know about it?
I believe it was maybe the day of or a couple of days after Jade's memorial service. Her mother had told me that somebody at I got information that someone at the funeral service had a friend who had a previous relationship with Mr. Taylor that did not go very well.
Jade Benning's mom suggests you might want to reach out to this person?
Yes, that suggestion was made, and then I chose to wait until after all of the test results were back from the various lab tests before I moved forward with anything like that, because I wanted to know exactly, I wanted all the information.
And so you had the laboratory testing from that first blood at the hospital that Dr. Carney incorporated ultimately into the autopsy report at that point.
Yes.
Correct? And so when you contacted Ms. Denny, was she somebody that was local here?
No, she was not. She was in Arkansas.
And when you spoke to her initially, I guess, how did you contact her? Was it in person?
I called her, talked to her on the phone, and interviewed her over the phone.
And did she provide you with specific information that you thought might be relevant to this case?
Yes, she did.
And that was July 25th of 2023, is that right?
I believe that's the correct date, yes.
And then, I guess, was there a follow-up meeting with Ms. Denny?
Yes, we actually traveled to Arkansas and met with her and interviewed her in person.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself, yourself, ADA Moore, and Deputy District Attorney Moore, and Ms. Houston, the victim witness coordinator, traveled with us.
And before we went and we met with Ms. Denny in person.
Correct.
And that was January of 2024.
Yes, it was.
Which again, you referenced Dr. Carney's autopsy report was completed in August of 2023. When you spoke with Ms. Denny the first time, did she provide a name of another person that was kind of part of the information that she had?
Yes, she did.
And did you recognize that name?
Yes, I did recognize that name, as it had come up in statements from some previous interviews I'd done on the first night of this investigation.
And what was that name?
Xavier Winford.
And during your review of the messages that are happening during January and February of 2023, can you describe how much contact did Mr. Taylor have with Ms. Xavier Winford?
An extraordinary amount.
And did you review those messages kind of in tandem with his messages with Ms. Benning?
Yes, I did.
And I have another set of messages to hand to you. pages. You definitely do.
Okay. You want to step up?
Okay, looks like they doing another sidebar. Let me forward it a little bit. Forward it a little bit more.
Yes, I do.
What are those messages?
These messages are from Mr. Taylor's iCloud. The user account number in that second column from the right is his phone number. And the message sender column where there's a blank, we know that is from Mr. Taylor's number. The other number I identified as belonging to Xavier Winford.
And can you read out the date and time of the first message through the date and time of the last message?
Read all of them or just the beginning and end?
Just the beginning.
The first one on page 1 begins at 10:31 p.m. on February 24th, 2023. The last one ends at 10:50 p.m. on February 24th, 2023.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would ask that these be admitted as the next number exhibit. And I will ask Detective Breeze to read these messages. The second page, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The second page has the content of these that correspond to the times on the first page. If you can begin and explain who the speaker is and what the content is.
Okay. The text bubbles to the right that are aligned to the right are all from Mr. Taylor's number, and the ones aligned to the left are all from Miss Winford's number. So it begins with Mr. Taylor saying, "So you should never doubt anything when it comes to us." She responds, "I'm doing my best." And he replies, "I know, I'm trying to reassure you." She says, "Thank you for doing that." He replies, "Of course."
And the third page.
And he continues, "I'll do anything to help you. That's what I'm here for." She says, "I trust that's true." Then he responds, "Good, do you trust us? Trust in us?"
And the fourth page.
She replies, "Yes." Then he replies, "Good, then you have nothing to worry about. Everything is going to work out." She replies, "I'm glad." He replies, "Good, me too."
And the fifth page.
He continues, "I love you and I need you to love me back and be in love with me." She replies, "I love you too and I will." And then he replies, "Good, I just want us to be us and be happy together." She replies, "Me too." He loves the comment, "Me too."
So if a man is telling you, I mean, I know y'all don't say more. Don't be naive. I get it. Trust me, I fully do. But does it really sound like this man really wanted to end this girl life? It doesn't sound like it to me. Now I know people can say whatever they want in text messages, but I genuinely think that he liked the girl. I think that he wanted to be with the girl. But let's just continue.
He continued, "We are going to be just fine. We just need to stick together."
Yeah.
And then she replies, "We will stick together. Don't be walking off and stuff during the conversation." Then he loved her reply of, "We will stick together."
Detective Breeze, you said there was quite a bit of contact between Mr. Taylor and Ms. Winford in that January, February. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe, that is the night before February 25th of 2023.
That is correct.
When those messages are occurring. After the investigation started, did you ever see Ms. Winford with Mr. Taylor?
In person?
Yes.
Not in person.
I guess, did you ever know her to continue to have contact with him after?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe how you did that?
In addition to, well, the main reason was at the time of his arrest in Utah, I obtained that body camera footage, and they were actually together in Utah at the time of his arrest, about over a year after the incident, in a vehicle that was registered to her.
If I can have just one moment.
So she's asking for a moment. I think she's getting ready to close because the defense is getting ready to come up. And here she come, y'all. Y'all ready? Do y'all need to stretch? Let me know now. The defense is getting ready to come. It looks like they may have ended the questioning on the state side. The defense is coming to question the lead detective. Now, so far, we have found out that there were still text messages in Jade's phone to her dealer, okay? Her dealer, which the lead detective is trying to downplay it and say that he only saw that she was purchasing weed and mushrooms while pregnant, okay? However, well, let me take that back. Purchasing weed and mushrooms, but while pregnant, she was still in contact with the dealer. However, he said that she was facilitating the purchase of those such drugs between her and her friends. Okay. So, he basically trying to downplay that she was still doing drugs while she was pregnant. But here comes the defense team. Okay. Y'all ready? Are we ready? Jamie G said, I'm ready. Tivy said, he's so boring reading text messages, blah, blah, blah. All right, here we go. Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Detective Briggs, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Sassy D says she is about to eat him down.
Want to speak with you a little bit this afternoon about a few things in regards to your investigation as the lead detective of this case. Tell us again when exactly you were initially contacted.
Oh, my.
There was a homicide investigation going on.
It was on the late evening of February 26th. Like I said, I don't know the exact time. I don't think I documented that, but I would estimate it was around 9 or 10 p.m.
And what were you told exactly?
My supervisor spoke to me by phone. He told me that there was a call that domestic violence had gone out on the previous night, in which there was a woman hospitalized at Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt was reporting that they believed she was going to be brain dead, and that we were going to take over the investigation because she was not expected to recover. And
what did you do after that?
I basically headed towards our headquarters, and we had determined that we were having Miss Jackson and Miss Burks have them come down to headquarters to be interviewed by myself. And I went to headquarters and met with them, coordinated with one of my teammates while he began drafting a search warrant for Miss Benning's apartment.
And Miss Jackson and Miss Burks, I think you stated before that it was very important, or to you, it was better served to meet them in person downtown in your environment, if you will, so that you can have better resources.
Correct, yes. So I could access my computer and that sort of thing, and we could do a video.
Like I told you before, you can answer a question yes or no. That would be wonderful.
You see how the judge just interrupted the defense attorney yet again and trying to tell her how to ask questions. She ain't even been up there a whole 60 seconds, and here comes the judge. Good Lord.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what did you need your computer for?
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like he was getting on the detective. I thought he was getting on the defense attorney. I was about to jump all down this damn judge's throat.
I didn't need it for anything in particular at that moment. It was just availability.
In case you needed to research something, look something up, things of that nature.
Correct.
When Ms. Burks came to you and started speaking with you, did you learn about, I guess, the medical episode that her daughter had in regards to what Ms. Jackson told her?
Yes.
And she explained to you everything in regards to Mr. Taylor and what she knew of their relationship, correct?
I would say yes, I believe so.
But she didn't know much, right?
I'd say she knew a decent amount.
Okay. Well, did she represent to you, I believe, at that time, did you learn at that moment, did you have the impression that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended that relationship? Were you given that information?
I wouldn't say that they necessarily attributed him to ending the relationship. It was that he demanded she get an abortion and she refused to, and thus the relationship ended. But I don't remember her specifically attributing it to him ending it.
Did you bring your offense report with you to review today?
It should be in the case file.
Would you need that in order to better refresh your memory as to what you...
He's answered your question. What's your next question?
Well, isn't it true, Detective Reese, that you reported that you were told that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended the relationship?
That's possible. I just don't remember specifically being told that as I sit here speaking. But that may have been what I just don't remember that.
But it was certainly what you put in your report, wasn't it?
If I can refer to my report, I might be able to confirm that.
Oh. Did you not bring the copy with you today?
I did not bring the copy of the case file up here on the stand because it's ordinarily in court.
Let me see. And I would draw your attention page 4, first paragraph. You can read it to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay, yes, yep, you are correct. That is what I put there. I said, just didn't remember it.
That's okay.
I wonder why he don't remember it. Somebody, yep, you're correct. That's exactly what I said. I just didn't remember it. That's exactly what the words I used. I just didn't remember it. You're right. I can't even lie about that one, you know?
But that's not exactly how it went, was it?
It's hard to really tell from the context of the text message because it's evident that they met and talked in person. They would text and then they would talk in person, so it's not very clear.
Well, isn't it true that the text message that Ms. Benning sent Mr. Taylor on the 6th, it was Ms. Benning who said, I think it's best that we end this because we're basically at an impasse.
Oh yes, that is roughly what she said.
That's vastly different than Mr. Taylor abruptly ending the relationship because Ms. Benning didn't want to get an abortion. Correct?
In essence.
He lied, okay? Straight point blank period. He lied. He put in his report that she ended the relationship because the guy said he wanted her to get an abortion, and because she didn't get an abortion, that's why she ended the relationship. But that's not what happened. And he's like, E-R-O-U and sometime why. He lied. He lied.
And after that message from Ms. Benning, there was no evidence of Mr. Taylor continuously reaching out to Ms. Benning, trying to force her in any way to have an abortion, was there?
No, there wasn't.
And so, after learning or sitting and speaking with Ms. Burks, you also learned that there was some contamination of the crime scene. Did you learn that?
I wouldn't call it contamination.
You would not?
No.
Can I draw your attention to your offense report again, sir?
Referring to my supplement?
Yes.
What page?
If you could, look at page Didn't, in fact, Ms. Weber went to the scene and removed items? I'm sorry, go to page 5. I apologize. In the bottom of page 4, top of page 5.
Well, I know Miss Weber went there the night that Jade was hospitalized, and I was told she retrieved Jade's keys and locked the apartment to prevent anybody.
You said, did he say he arrested in Jade's car? Let's go back. So you're saying that they arrested him in Jade's car? Hold on, let's see.
Didn't, in fact, Ms. Weber went into the scene?
Let's go back.
It's evident that they met and talked in person. They would text and then they would talk in person, so it's not very clear.
Well, isn't it true that the text message that Ms. Benning sent Mr. Taylor on the 6th, it was Ms. Benning who said, I think it's best that we end this because we're basically at an impasse.
Oh yes, that is roughly what she said.
That's vastly different than Mr. Taylor abruptly ending the relationship because Ms. Benning didn't want to get an abortion. Correct?
In essence.
And after that message from Ms. Benning, there was no evidence of Mr. Taylor continuously reaching out to Ms. Benning, trying to force her in any way to have an abortion, was there?
No, there wasn't.
And so,
I want to go back just a little bit. I want to hear the lie a little bit clearer. Like, what did he put in his report versus what did he just say? Hold on. Give me a second.
Ms. Burks came to you and started speaking with you. Did you learn about, I guess, the medical episode that her daughter had in regards to what Ms. Jackson told her?
Yes.
And she explained to you everything in regards to Mr. Taylor and what she knew of their relationship, correct?
I would say yes, I believe so.
But she didn't know much, right?
I'd say she knew a decent amount.
Okay. Well, did she represent to you, I believe, at that time, did you learn at that moment, did you have the impression that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended that relationship? Were you given that information?
I wouldn't say that they necessarily attributed him to ending the relationship. It was that he demanded she get an abortion and she refused to, and thus the relationship ended. But I don't remember her specifically attributing it to him ending it.
Did you bring your offense report?
So Najah, not Najah, Najea, her friend Jackson, is the one that told the detective that Blaise ended the relationship because he wanted Jade to have an abortion. Okay.
You two review today?
It should be in the case file.
Would you need that in order to better refresh your memory as to what you...
He's answered your question. What's your next question?
Well, isn't it true, Detective Reese, that you reported that you were told that it was Mr. Taylor who abruptly ended the relationship?
That's possible. I just don't remember specifically being told that as I sit here speaking. But that may have been what I just don't remember it that way.
But it was certainly what you put in your report, wasn't it?
If I can refer to my report, I might be able to confirm that.
Okay. Did you not bring the copy with you today?
I did not bring the...
So basically what has happened, you guys, he put in his report that her best friend told her that Blaise ended the relationship, but there's text messages that prove that Jade is the one that ended the relationship, not Blaise.
copy of the case file up here on the stand because it's ordinarily in court.
So the friend lied to the detective is what I'm trying to say.
And I would draw your attention page 4, the first paragraph. You can read it to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay, yes, yep, you are correct. That is what I put there. I said, just didn't remember it.
That's okay. But that's not exactly how it went, was it?
It's hard to really tell from the context of the text message because it's evident that they met and talked in person. They would text and then they would talk in person, so it's not very clear.
Well, isn't it true that the text message that Ms. Benning sent Mr. Taylor on the 6th, it was Ms. Benning who said, I think it's best that we end this because we're basically at an impasse.
Oh yes, that is roughly what she said.
That's vastly different than Mr. Taylor abruptly ending the relationship because Ms. Benning didn't want to get an abortion. Correct?
In essence.
And after that message from Ms. Benning, there was no evidence of Mr. Taylor continuously reaching out to Ms. Benning, trying to force her in any way to have an abortion, was there?
No, there wasn't.
And so, after learning or sitting and speaking with Ms. Burks, you also learned that there was some contamination of the crime scene. Did you learn that?
I wouldn't call it contamination.
You would not?
No.
Can I?
As a lead detective, if somebody come and take some shit and move some shit around in an apartment before the police is able to secure it, I would consider that contamination, you know?
Draw your attention to your offense report again, sir.
Referring to my supplement?
Yes.
What page?
If you could, look at page 3, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't, in fact, Ms. Weber went to the scene and removed items?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, go to page 5.
Exactly, Sassy.
In the bottom of page 4, top of page 5.
Well, I know Miss Weber went there the night that Jade was hospitalized, and I was told she retrieved Jade's keys and locked the apartment to prevent anybody from re-entering, I believe.
Oh, come on. You know she took more than them damn keys. Stop playing.
And I believe you learned that she walked all about the apartment as well, didn't you?
Yes.
And you believe that she took, or at least reported that she took some belongings out of there as well.
As I recall, I thought she just got Jade's keys and locked the apartment.
Well, that's what she told you, right?
That's what I was aware of, I believe.
Don't tell me he's gonna act brand new now, like he didn't know she took other shit. There they go, drinking that water. You about to spray that mouth next.
You have
Isn't
that
that,
stated.
yeah, I'm sorry, I thought he was looking. That's
He
what she
said that's what he believed.
Okay. And so, and you also learned that even after that there was another set of individuals who went into that apartment, correct?
Correct. That was the following day on the 26th.
Correct.
In the
And by that time, everyone knew the allegations Ms. Jackson were claiming against Mr. Taylor, right?
I didn't know them at that time, but I would say her friend and family group did.
Exactly. And were you aware that Officer Fish had given Ms. Burks and Ms. Browning strict instructions that no one should go in and out of that apartment? Objection.
Where is that in the proof?
It's in Officer Fish body worn camera.
Okay.
I'm asking if he knows that.
I'm not aware of that specifically.
You're
Why
not-
again do you put in your questions information that's not in?
So apparently, on body cam footage, people were told not to go in and out of the apartment. That's what the that's what the defense attorney is saying. On the body cam footage, they were told not to go in and out the apartment.
I asked him if he was aware that Officer Fish.
Objection, Your Honor, to counsel testifying and questions.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you. And
Disregard that part of the question.
when Miss Franklin and the three individuals, including Miss Jackson, went into Miss Benning's apartment, they removed significant evidence out of the scene, did they not?
That's correct.
And they shared with you that they also moved a camera, a blink camera. Did they share that with you?
Yes, I believe Najee mentioned that.
And she informed you that she only moved that because Ms. Burks asked her to. Do you remember that?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
And that's pretty crucial stuff to remove evidence out of a scene, isn't it?
If the scene was still contained by police, I would say yes, that would be a big deal, but the scene had been released by police at that time.
Well, isn't it true that the police didn't go in until after they went into the apartment?
That's correct.
So it wasn't released yet, was it?
How in the world can he say that? How can he say the scene was released by the police when they hadn't even been in there yet to do their real work, like the CSI people?
The Domestic Violence Division, when they'd finished their investigation the previous night, at that point, there was no one holding the apartment.
Well, if they were told by officers not to go in there, would that be considered a release?
I'm not aware if they were or not.
And would you consider the fact that civilians, someone who makes the statement that we were angry and we wanted answers, and they go in and remove evidence and manipulate things inside of a crime scene, you wouldn't consider that to be contamination?
Well, that's not the word I would use necessarily in this situation, because they took the time to video the apartment, or photographs made.
Is he serious as a lead detective? He thinks because people went in there and they took the time and photoed and put gloves on that is not contaminated. They took shit out the apartment, y'all. They moved things around in the apartment. How is that not contamination? They took their time and they neatly did the shit. They didn't destroy it. They didn't turn the apartment upside down. Are you kidding me right now?
During some of the entries, and they used rubber gloves to collect something.
Oh my God. He said, oh, they probably put on gloves so they didn't leave a whole lot of fingerprints. I wonder why.
We would have collected eventually once we got involved.
Can I draw your attention to page 3 of your report in the second paragraph? Last sentence. Second to the last sentence.
Exactly, Rita.
Page 3.
I'm on page 3, which, I'm sorry, you said,
Right, Q.
which paragraph again?
Second paragraph, second to the last sentence.
They are performing additional tests.
Page 3, second paragraph, second to the last sentence. Ms. Weber and her friend contaminated the scene. You see?
Damn, and he even put it in his I am dead. He even put the words contaminated himself in his own report. And now he is on the stand trying to say, I wouldn't say it was contaminated. I mean, they neatly walked through there. They had on gloves. They were really neat. The Joker put contaminate. He used the words contaminated. This defense attorney is about to eat his ass up, y'all. I got to rewind it just a little bit, y'all. I need to hear that again. His own words, they contaminated the scene. OMG. Exactly, now.
I see now the way the paragraphs are arranged. It didn't look like it was a separate paragraph. Yes, I see that. I didn't write that. That's by somebody else.
Oh, he's saying he didn't write it, but it's in his report. Let's go back a little bit. He said he didn't write it, though, y'all. Hold on.
Second to the last sentence.
Thank you, Nell, baby.
She said page 3.
It was sloppy.
I'm on page 3.
Nell said it was sloppy. That is where reasonable doubt comes. Exactly. Reasonable doubt, baby. And that's why I said if he did do it, the state is not doing a very good job of proving it. Okay? They are not doing a good job of proving it. Thank you, Nell.
I'm sorry, you said which paragraph again?
Second paragraph, second to the last sentence.
They are performing additional tests.
Page 3, second paragraph, second to the last sentence. Ms. Weber and her friend contaminated the scene. Do you see that?
Right, Jazz.
Not on page 3.
Okay, it's on my page 3.
Right, Jada. Just dumb.
Okay. I see now the way the paragraphs are arranged. It didn't look like it was a separate paragraph. Yes, I see that. I didn't write that. That's by somebody else.
But even if he didn't write it, it's his report that he submitted, which means that he's supposed to read everything before being submitted.
As a police officer, you thought worthy to include in your report, though, correct?
He included it in his report, which means what, y'all? He was supposed to read it, right?
Well, it's not my determination of worthiness. It's just that that's the documentation. I asked for documentation that they did on whatever they did prior to my.
He do not want to say that word contamination, baby. Listen, he got paid a few extra dollars, probably $50 extra from the state to testify on their behalf, and he's making the state look bad.
Getting involved, and then I included that in my report under the heading Initial Investigation by the MNPD Domestic Violence Division. And then I preface in here that this italicized entry is the summary completed by Detective James Smith and subsequent update by Domestic Violence Division Sergeant Cucci.
It doesn't matter. The lead detective added that statement in his report. Whether he did it or another detective did it, he's the lead detective. So you get all the statements from the people that's working up under you and you compile a complete package. It is in his complete package that he turned over. So he is responsible for everything that's written up in that package. And in that package, they said that those 4 people contaminated the scene.
And you, for a little while, in regards to the scene as we're discussing it, for a while you believed that there was a missing cup, didn't you?
I did, yes, for a little while.
And in fact, you believe that it was Mr. Taylor who had removed that cup out of the scene, didn't you?
That was my suspicion. I knew there was a cup missing, right?
So right there tells that he had already put Blaise Taylor as the guilty one right away, okay? Because she just she's having him say that he is the one that accused Blaise of taking the cup.
Thought there was a cup missing.
And you arbitrarily assigned that misdeed to Mr. Taylor, didn't you?
He about to refill that cup. He's thirsty again, y'all.
I never said he removed a cup from the scene that I can think of. I just said that I believe there had been some cleanup because there was a cup that was unaccounted for.
And who Who did you believe did the cleanup throughout your report?
Specifically of that cup, I don't know.
You didn't think that it was Mr. Taylor who did the cleanup?
Like I said, I don't know. I can say that the cup is in a picture
He's sweating. Look at that shiny forehead.
that was on Jade's phone prior to her falling ill. And then later, when we get there, it is over by the sink, sitting next to the wall, the backsplash.
Certainly sitting by the sink inaccessible for you to remove tape tests, correct?
Yes, at that time, if we had known.
And so there was nothing stopping you from knowing, because when you went in to execute the search warrant, the cup was right there the entire time, wasn't it?
There was something to stop me from knowing it was relevant because we didn't get in her phone that night. So I was looking at the glasses that were on the island because glasses were mentioned in the interviews, and looked at those as those were relevant. I wasn't inclined to seize all her drinkware.
Well, wasn't there allegations that Ms. Benning was poisoned as a result of something she was drinking?
Yes.
So why wouldn't he take all the visible as cups? Why wouldn't he? Especially if it was sitting out on the damn countertop. He said he didn't take it because he thinks it was already washed and cleaned and set aside. What the hell?
Would it not have been important to grab every cup, every glass that you saw that was out if we were in search for exactly what happened there that day?
Oh, in retrospect, I absolutely wish I would have done that, but just that night, I did not, because we thought.
You failed. You failed as a lead attorney. You failed. You failed this entire case. He failed.
Those were the glasses that were in use.
And then it's safe to say none of those glasses or those cups that you left there were tested, were they?
The ones that were left there, no.
And Mr. Taylor did not therefore remove anything from that apartment based on your knowledge.
I'm not aware of him removing anything other than his personal belongings.
Now, as you were learning about the incident, you learned that there was another gentleman who was present that evening with Mr. Taylor, with Mr. Benning, and with Miss Jackson.
Yes.
Yeah, he's nervous.
And that individual not only was present in the house that night, he was also present on this phone call that Miss Jackson says these allegations were made against Mr. Taylor. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And when you learned about this incident, did you, and that person is Keontae Jones, right?
And to correct what I just said, he was not present on the phone call where she made the allegations. He was present on a return phone call made by Miss Jackson with him merged into the call.
Within minutes of that call, correct?
Yes, it was a few minutes after.
He was the only other person besides Miss Jackson that would have heard Miss Benning in her distressed state. Would you agree with that?
By that point, she was already believed to be unconscious, so he wouldn't have heard anything.
Well, he didn't tell you that he heard her mumbling a little bit but couldn't make out words, but he could hear her trying to talk.
I can't recall exactly.
And knowing that he was present there that night, knowing that he was the only other person on the phone with her, did you bring him downtown to talk to him like you thought it was important?
Never. He never picked him up and questioned him. He only questioned him over the phone. He never called this guy in at all.
To talk to Miss Burks and Miss Jackson?
Not at that time that night. They were there available, ready to go, and I was going to have to follow up with him later. I also didn't even learn about him until that interview.
Which was the 26th?
It was probably 1 o'clock in the morning or so. It was getting close to 1 o'clock before I was even aware of Keontae Jones.
1 o'clock on the 27th?
Yes.
So
It was during the interview with Nigeria, I believe, that I learned a little about that.
not even 48 hours after the incident.
Yes, that's correct.
And so after you learned about him, why didn't you bring him downtown so that you can talk to the only other witness to witness Ms. Benning's distressed state and the person who was inside of the apartment that night?
Because I was going to talk to him at a later time.
And how did you talk to him at a later time?
I interviewed him over the phone.
Damn. So basically, what the defense is trying to get to, y'all already know. She trying to say you just automatically locked your senses in on Blaise Taylor, when in retrospect, it could have been any of those three that could have possibly did it, because they were also in the apartment before her incident took place. Okay. You want to interview all of them. You want to interrogate all three of them, not just the one that you think did it, because you could very well be letting the real, murderer off the hook.
It wasn't important to bring him down?
I've interviewed people over the phone all the time. I try to bring people down sometimes, and sometimes I'll talk to them over the phone. Sometimes I'll talk to them in the field.
Did you do any research on Mr. Jones to see if he had any criminal history, to see anything nefarious about him?
Objection,
I don't know why she objecting, because it's true. He was there on the scene prior to the incident. He may not have been there right at that time, but he should be considered a suspect just as well as Najee. All three of them. If Blaise was considered a suspect, Najee should have been considered a suspect, and so should Keontae. All three of them should have been considered suspects at that time. So she objected, and I guess they about to do a sidebar. See what the judge gonna say. He keep on trying to favor her. He keeps trying to favor the state. Hold on. Let's see. How long they stayed up there? Let me see. Okay, hold on.
Some information, Ms. Burks.
Let's see if she's back yet. He's about to spray that mouth, watch. Every person that came into contact with her around that time should have been investigated. Exactly, Sassy D. How you just gonna talk to somebody over the phone and be like, oh, it couldn't have been you, it was her boyfriend. See, that's what he did. They just automatically assumed that it was the boyfriend, and they could have potentially let other people walk. She said, why wasn't there any yellow tape to keep people out? Because I don't think that they really considered it a crime scene until she actually died, but it was still a poison investigation, which that he should have taken those cups.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Nell, darling. Just a short break for anybody that want to support this channel during this live stream. Please feel free. Any amount will help. Thank y'all so very much. I do appreciate y'all.
What all did you do in regards to Keontae Jones besides talking to him on the phone?
I just interviewed him over the phone.
Now, after you met with Ms. Burks, you met with Ms. Jackson. Is that right?
Yes.
And she explained to you the context and things of their relationship, Mr. Taylor and Ms. Benning, correct?
Yes, she did.
And there was some information that she had given you that wasn't quite consistent with what was going on between them. Would you agree?
You have to specify what you're talking about there. I'm not sure.
Well, didn't she also state to you that Mr. Taylor abruptly ended the relationship because Ms. Benning had gotten pregnant?
I can't remember specifically that was the wording she used. It was definitely the impression that I got from the interview.
And that wasn't completely accurate, was it?
Well, it was framed in the situation that he had given her an ultimatum between getting rid of the baby or the relationship. And that was my understanding of the reason she said, well, I'm not getting rid of the baby.
And he gave her the freedom to make her own choice, didn't he?
At that time, yes.
That is very different than abruptly leaving someone because they're pregnant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, during the search of the apartment, by the time that you and the other officers are conducting the search, you are under the impression that there is, in fact, a potential poisoning, aren't you?
Yes, at the time we're searching.
And therefore, drugs were at issue, were they not?
Yes, they would have been.
Would it have been important to look into all of the drawers and boxes and anything where drugs can potentially be hidden?
Sure.
That didn't happen, did it?
I don't know. I didn't search the entire apartment myself. My entire team was involved in searching, so I feel like we did a fairly thorough search. But I don't know specifically what every single item, every container was opened, because there were several of us conducting the search.
You'll agree with me that every box was not looked into.
I can't say yes or no to that because I didn't personally search everything in the apartment.
Well, you didn't do that, did you?
I didn't search everything in the apartment?
Yes.
No, I personally did not. My team, we conducted the search.
You were the lead detective though, right?
Correct.
You were running the show.
Exactly.
Correct.
You didn't instruct those officers who were there to find drugs to look in any place where drugs could be stored.
Exactly.
Well, everybody knew that's what we were looking for, any evidence of poisoning. So that's everybody operating under that assumption and understanding.
So if you didn't look into every drawer, every box, every container, would that have been an oversight that could have potentially led to more evidence?
Potentially, but also potentially not.
There was also
So basically, there was a poison and it was supposed to be for drugs. He didn't turn the apartment upside down looking for the drugs. They didn't go through the drawers, the closets, the clothing, the pockets, the purses, boxes. They were not looking for no drugs. They didn't take the cadaver dogs in there. Now, this person just, was found to be poisoned by drugs so much that they said that they have not seen that, in a while or something like that. It was the most they've ever seen, right? However, you didn't go and search the house for drugs upside down looking for it at all? At all?
So, if I may, Your Honor. There was also talk about a pink liquid that Ms. Benning was drinking, correct?
Yes.
And there was talk about Ms. Benning stating that her drink tasted funny, right?
Yes.
And that is what made those cups so important to test, correct?
Yes.
This lemonade and fruit punch that was placed on the corner there, do you see that?
Yes.
That was something that you gathered and tested as well, correct?
Our CSI, he took the samples of those liquids and tested them, yes.
Because there were no other drinks that matched the description that Ms. Jackson had given you in that apartment. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any others.
And you did, in fact, test those drinks.
No, the crime lab did, yes.
And it turned out that there was nothing in there that was.
Nothing, y'all. No drugs whatsoever was found in the liquid, the glasses, the cups, nothing, y'all.
The equivalent of cocaine or anything else that could poison someone, correct?
That's correct.
And outside of that, there was no other evidence present that would, within that apartment, that would lend you to believe that Mr. Taylor poisoned Ms. Benning with anything?
At the time of that search on that night, there was no evidence found in the apartment, correct?
Exactly, Sassy D.
Now, you stated earlier that this investigation was pretty much driven by the search of any type of drug or poison that could have caused Ms. Benning's death, correct?
Yes.
There was a time, was it not, that you learned that Ms. Benning was involved with drugs?
I did learn, I believe, it may have been that night that she smoked marijuana from, I believe her mother may have told me that, or one of her friends, or if not that night, it was in the following day.
Yes, I do, Vanita. I do believe I believe this was and yeah, I think she did it on her own. Either that or her friend and that other guy slipped her something, you know?
And in fact, you learned that she had met with or was in contact with her drug dealer that day, correct?
That day? I would have to refer back to the messages that we looked at earlier. I'm not sure that it was that day or the day before.
Did you not find evidence that around 9:37 a.m. that she reached out to her drug dealer and asked, my coworker needs half?
Well, operating on the assumption that it was that day on the 25th, yes. Yes.
And there was no notation as to what the half was for, was it?
Well, it was to the weed man.
Well, you also learned through other text messages that she stated, I was able to get mushrooms from the guy who sold me weed.
A mushroom bar, yes.
So he didn't just sell weed, did he?
He sold, from what I could tell from the text messages, he would sell mushroom bars and marijuana.
Now, because this is a drug investigation, surely you reached out to that individual, didn't you?
Lord, please don't tell me that the lead detective ain't talked to the drug man. Please don't tell me that the lead detective did not reach out to the drug man and say or ask, did you sell Jade any weed on February the 25th of 2026? Please, 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 please. Don't say that this lead detective did not reach out to the drug dealer.
To Danny?
Yes.
No.
Oh my God.
Why not?
I was pursuing the death aspect of the investigation, not the drug investigation against that.
Lord, Father God, Jesus, they done let a murderer off the hook somewhere. You hear me? He ain't even this is a poisoning, and she has so much cocaine in her system. There is evidence that she reached out to the drug man that morning, and he ain't even called the drug dealer. Lord, Father. Lord,
Would you agree with me that these days, the drug dealers now are masking the drugs they're selling with fentanyl and other things?
That is something that happens, yes.
And so, if Ms. Benning had come in contact...
And they got the drug dealer's phone number. They got the drug dealer's phone number. The defense attorney just got him to admit that drug dealers these days are lacing their weed with fentanyl and other shit. And he said yes, that they are. They're lacing that shit. And he ain't test the drug dealer's weed. Lord, Father.
With her drug dealer the very day that she suffered an overdose and or poisoning from drugs, you didn't feel that it was important to contact that individual and talk to him?
Well, the context of those text messages, it appeared that he was out of town and declined to service her coworker. I thought. I'd have to refer to them, but I'd have to refer back to the messages, but I got the impression that he said I'm out of town or something to that effect. Or I'll hit you. I'll have to hit him back up later or something like that. If you have the messages, I can review them.
Would you know that? He never refused to talk to her. He just said, I'll pick you up or get back with you when I'm free.
If that's what the messages said, it was something to that effect. I don't think they ever met. Looking at the messages, though.
Well, you learned that she went to Walmart that day, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing that you saw by receipts or bags or anything that she actually went inside of Walmart and purchased anything that day. You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I just saw a text message she sent shortly after that saying I picked up stuff to make chicken Alfredo. And that was the only place she stopped after leaving work.
But did you search through that to see whether or not that was in fact true?
Did I go to Walmart to verify she went to Walmart? No.
Well, did you just look to see maybe in her records whether or not there was something purchased at Walmart?
No, I went with her text message saying she went to get stuff to make chicken Alfredo.
Did you talk to Danny just to see, hey, did you meet up with this young lady this day to eliminate that possibility?
No, I didn't follow up with Danny.
Damn. This is not good, y'all.
When we follow a financial crime, we follow the money, don't we?
I've never worked those sort of investigations, but I'm familiar with the phrase.
And so if we're investigating a drug case, we should follow the drugs, shouldn't we?
I guess so.
When, additionally that night, did you ascertain or look inside Miss Benning's phone?
That night, no.
At some point, did you do that?
Yes.
Did you uncover certain evidence that would be relevant to the investigation in and of itself?
Yes.
And one of the things that you were looking for was Miss Benning's interaction with drugs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there was interaction with drugs, wasn't it?
Yes.
However, in your offense report, you state that you didn't see any significant evidence of drug dealing or anything of the sort with Miss Benning.
I believe I was trying to preface that with it being after she became pregnant. So, and also another thing to note is I was reviewing her phone ongoing for over a year.
Okay, so you're saying you wrote this before you found out that information?
Certain portions of this are written before that, but I did find, I did look through some of those conversations, but it was an ongoing thing for over a year.
Did you go back to amend your report so that it could accurately reflect the evidence in this case as it is?
I spoke with the DA's office, updating them as it went along, but I don't know that I'm not sure if I added anything in there specifically about that. I have to read through the whole thing. But the big thing was that it didn't appear to me that she was using drugs after she became pregnant.
Well, after she became pregnant, she was still dealing with drugs, wasn't she?
She was.
I mean, hell, she contacted the drug dealer the day of asking for half. So that's still dealing with drugs.
Okay, he's about to answer. He can go ahead.
She was facilitating for friends and coworkers who would contact her and ask if she could contact her weed man because they wanted to buy some, and then she would subsequently message him and say, hey, my coworker wants some. And that was a thing that would happen repeatedly.
Is it your testimony that she never stated, I need X amount, or I need this, and my coworker needs that, and maybe John needs this?
I don't think she necessarily, every time she contacted him, specified it was for a coworker, but it was pretty consistent that there was a coworker asking her for something, and then she would contact.
He can't say that. He can't say when she contacted the dealer that it was for a friend. If she's saying, I need this or I need that, it could have very well been for her ass too.
Contact him.
Well, you'll agree with me that when it was for a coworker, you saw my coworker needs. When it was for an individual that she would put a name to, she would say, John needs. And in addition to that, there would be times that she would say, I want, or I need. Isn't that true?
I have to look at actually review the.
Boy, I tell you, boy, they know they be trying to lie they motherfucking ass off for the state, baby. Do you hear me? They just be trying to lie they asses off, baby.
Messages you're speaking about.
Now, at some point, you also talked to Mr. Taylor.
Yes, very briefly.
And when you talked to Mr. Taylor, there were several things that you had learned from other people and that you learned from him, correct?
I didn't. When I spoke to him, I don't think I really learned anything from him. It was a very brief conversation.
Did you learn through your investigation that this was a date night planned by Ms. Benning?
Yes, I knew that.
And that turned out to be true, correct?
Yes, that was correct.
Did you learn through your investigation that there was food that was eaten between them that day, chicken Alfredo and I think it was rolls and cookies? Did you learn that?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Ms. Benning had once infused her food with drugs or THC?
Yes.
Then did you have that food tested to ensure that there was nothing there?
No.
I asked about getting the food tested, and I was told that
Please don't tell me that they did not test the chicken Alfredo. Please don't tell me they ain't test the food, y'all.
the lab wouldn't do that when we were doing the search warrant.
Through your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Taylor had called 911?
Yes.
And did you learn that although Ms. Jackson and Mr. Jones had heard the distress, heard the dire straits that Ms. Benning was in, yet it was only Mr. Taylor that called 911? Did you learn that?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor had given a rendition that Ms. Benning had vomited?
Yes.
And did you learn that that was in fact true, that she did in fact vomit?
Yes.
Did you learn through your investigation that Mr. Taylor, immediately upon going back to work, informed the Titans that he had come in contact with law enforcement?
Yeah, it was. I understood that he notified him that on the day of the 26th.
And he did that, you learned, because that was what was required of him.
Yes.
And when you...
That must be Jade's mother right there, that they're stroking her hair. That must be Jade's mom.
talked with the Titans employees, because you talked to several of them, didn't you?
Yes, several months later.
And you learned that none of them, or at least I should say all of them, stated that Mr. Taylor did not drink and or did drugs, or they had no evidence of that, because you asked that question, didn't you?
Yes.
And all of them gave you the answer of he was not involved with drugs and or drinking.
Correct, yeah.
And in fact, throughout your entire investigation, did you ever learn that Mr. Taylor himself, while he was dating Ms. Benning, well, I'll rephrase that. Let's go to the night in question. Did you learn that within 60 seconds of the distress phone call to Ms. Jackson, that Ms. Benning was taking selfies of her and Mr. Taylor?
Yes, they were. I don't know about the exact time frame. I know it was very close, within minutes, just before it happened.
Within 60 seconds, correct?
I'd have to look at the timestamps, but like I said, I can see that it was very close in time.
And do you remember, these were some of the photographs that were there?
Yes, I believe it was about a dozen taken.
Correct, that's one,
Yep.
that's another, correct?
Mhm.
That's another. That was
They're taking selfies and stuff together, but they want to try to say that he intentionally poisoned her and their baby. Mm.
another. That was another. And so you learn that all of these selfies were taken by Miss Benning of she and Blaise on their date night.
Correct.
At some point in your investigation, you had spoken with a Dr. Brucalari. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember who Dr. Brucalari is?
Yes. She was yes, I remember.
She's the doctor toxicologist from Vanderbilt, correct?
Yes.
And that's where Miss Benning was being treated.
Correct.
And at some point, Dr. Brucalari told you that she would, or at least you wanted her to, let me find the language, follow up with you in regards to possible liquid cocaine or anything of the sort. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifying, I'd have to check. I don't remember specifying about liquid cocaine with her. I was just asking for her guidance about what testing should be done.
And she told you that at some point that she would contact you once she got any evidence pertaining to that, correct?
Did I document that?
Yeah,
Did I document that?
you did.
Could you tell me where that is?
Page 7.
So,
That may be off the page, but let me find it.
yes, and to answer your question, on February 28th, I did put in here, I continued coordinating between the medical examiner's office and Dr. Brucalari with regards to special testing requests to be done in the event of death.
And at some point, did Dr. Brucalari get back with you?
We had an ongoing dialogue for several days during this time frame, and it was, like, as I said, I was consulting with Dr. Carney and Dr. Brucalari. Let's see. So there was continued communication with us.
And at some point, did she get back with you as she promised? Because she was the toxicologist on this case that you were consulting, was she not?
Yes, we definitely spoke again after that.
And did she share with you that she had no explanation in regards to the cocaethylene that was present in Miss Benning's blood?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
There's no cocoethylene in her blood.
Okay, you're asking what someone told him?
I'm asking, as a result of his investigation, did he learn
Or
that?
is he relying on what someone told him?
Yes, and
I'll sustain the objection.
who did you consult with in regards to the drugs in Miss Benning's body?
After the point that she physically passed away, I primarily consulted with Dr. Carney.
And so you did not consult with the toxicologist that actually was involved in the case from the ongoing at Vanderbilt any further?
As I said before, I talked with her again after that. But at the point that Miss Benning did physically pass away, it was essentially Dr. Carney was my primary point of contact, because she too, from us talking, was going to be in contact with the toxicology and the various labs, because I don't know how to interpret the lab results the way a physician does, a forensic pathologist.
Well, and that same forensic pathologist that you're speaking about did not rule this case a homicide, did she?
No, she ruled it undetermined.
Was there any surveillance?
That's another bad thing, that they didn't even say it was a homicide, meaning that they left it open to undetermined, meaning that she could have taken her own life. It's just they want to lock somebody up for it so bad that they blamed it on Blaise.
That was recovered as a result of this case?
There were a few limited clips right outside of Miss Benning's door.
Did you have access to the entire video?
I was given access, but I was not aware that I was given access until the video was gone.
Until what?
Until the video had already been overwritten.
Well, you were able to see some things at some point, weren't you?
Yes. While we were executing the search warrant, my supervisor had an email that he showed me that showed a clip of Nigea and Keontae arriving, another clip of them leaving, and I believe there was a couple of still shots of Blaise arriving and coming out of the apartment. And that was all I saw at that time. And that was on a long email chain that I didn't know about at that time, the full extent. I did not read all the way down that to the bottom of that email chain. I found out about it much, much later, that the property manager had actually given me access to their camera systems. But by the time I found out about that, it had already been overwritten. So I wish I pulled that video, the full video, but I did not.
If there was an actual video of that night, of Mr. Taylor coming and going, of Nigea Jackson and Keontae coming and going, of those women who went in there and removed evidence out of the scene, that would have been some crucial evidence for this case, would it not?
Just videos of people coming and going from her apartment?
Yes.
Well, it was consistent with what I had already been told. So I already knew they were coming and going.
Well, it could have been Danny coming and going too, couldn't it?
I have no reason to think that.
Danny is the drug dealer, so she said it could have been Danny coming and going too. He says, I have no reason to think that.
But in a homicide investigation, you didn't secure to ensure that any surveillance was in fact captured.
No, I did not.
You were also told that the women who went in there and removed crucial evidence was told to do so by Ms. Franklin's son, who's a police officer.
I wasn't clear on who the relative was, but I was told a law enforcement officer out of state had advised to do that.
Did you check to...
Oh, Miss Franklin's son? So Stephanie Franklin's son told them to go in and snap evidence. I thought Miss Franklin testified that Jade mom told her to go in there. So now it's her son, Miss Franklin's son?
See if there was in fact a law enforcement officer who instructed 4 women to go into a crime scene and remove evidence without the assistance of the police.
I did not follow up with that police officer, no.
Oh my God. And he ain't even reach out to the police officer? Jesus.
I thought that would have been important to find out who instructed them to do that Because it somewhat contaminated your scene, didn't
It was my position at the time that that comforter should have been recovered earlier in the night by police with our department, and I didn't feel that their actions were inappropriate given that some other investigators with our department didn't go seize that comforter earlier in the night.
it? Well, let me ask you this. If Mr. Taylor would have gone in there and removed evidence out of the scene, would you feel the same way?
Oh, no, not at all.
If Blaise Taylor would have removed something out of that apartment, they would feel like they got a nail in the coffin. They would have been treating this totally different. But because 4 other people went in there before they did, now he wants to downplay it like it wasn't no big deal.
Have you learned throughout the course of your investigation the timing of the medical incident? And what I mean by that is, have you tried to line up whether or not what Mr. Taylor has said in regards to the calling of 911, when Nigeria called him, when EMS arrived? Did you do the work to see whether or not Mr. Taylor's rendition of the facts lined up with the truth?
I did check to see, I did document and check to see when 911 was called, and I did check and verify when the call was placed to Miss Jackson, as well as the call Mr. Taylor placed to his father prior to calling 911, and then subsequent calls after that between Miss Jackson calling back to Miss Benning's phone, and then several more calls later into the night up to the point that she was at the hospital.
And in fact, those calls to 911, the calls to his dad, the calls from Miss Jackson, all of those lined up exactly the way Mr. Taylor said they did, didn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
When Mr. Taylor arrived at the hospital behind the ambulance, did you learn that any police officer that wanted to speak with him, he spoke with them?
I'm aware that some officers spoke with him. I'm not sure if any were turned away, but yes, I'm aware some spoke with him. It appeared that he was speaking to anybody that came to him from everybody that I'm aware of talking to him.
And did you learn that there was nothing inconsistent about what he said to any of them?
That's correct.
Did you learn that he stayed there the entire time until he was told to leave?
Yes.
And that it was only because he was told to leave that he left?
I don't know what his reasoning for leaving was. I just know that he was told to leave.
In your investigation, you have just testified about Mr. Taylor talking to another woman.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor was not the only person in this relationship that was talking to someone else romantically, was he?
There was definitely several references to prior incidents with her seeing other men.
In fact, it was instances where Miss Benning was dating Mr. Taylor and someone else at the same time.
I'm sorry?
When you looked through Miss Benning's phone, did you see that she too was dating someone else
Damn.
at the same time that she was dating?
Damn, damn, damn. Damn, 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 damn. Not Jade cheating, y'all. Lord, take the wheel, not Jade cheating, y'all. Wait a minute. I wasn't ready, baby.
Mr. Taylor.
I didn't get the impression that she was necessarily dating anyone else. I know she had guy friends that she would talk to and an ex-boyfriend that she was still close to who lived out of state. And I'm aware she went and visited California with a friend and met up with a guy out there, but I don't know that they were in a dating relationship.
Certainly you saw and read text messages that would suggest that she was romantically interested in other men.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
The state
my
submits there's not a basis for this question.
Your Honor, the state
Without
may be heard.
adding all of your adjectives, rephrase your question.
Ms. Benning, well, let me say this. Mr. Taylor was not the only one in this relationship who was seeing other people.
I don't know that Miss Benning was dating anybody else romantically, for certain. No.
Did you see any romantic text messages and or pictures being sent?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
He doesn't.
I don't see that. Do you know of any?
I didn't remember seeing any that I specifically think that made me think, okay, she's dating this person also. I definitely saw some like friendly text messages with an ex and things like that, but I didn't get the impression there was a current relationship going.
I'm not going to disrespect.
Excuse me?
No, you had to give a declaration in this case, did you not, at some point?
What are you talking about?
A statement that you had to write in reference to this case. An affidavit,
Of search warrants and things of that nature?
yes.
Yes, I've written affidavits for search warrants.
And
Yeah, you right. He's like, can I get some more water? I done washed all these lies out my mouth. I need some more water. Give me some more water.
Objection to the relevance, she's following up the question of that.
Yeah, she does sound like she whining jazz. There he goes. He's spraying that mouth again. He like, ooh, let me get this one out. She said the prosecutor sound like she's whining every time she objects. Every time. Objection, Your Honor. She's asking questions that I don't want her to ask. Objection, Your Honor. Can you make her stop? Objection, Your Honor. She's killing my case. Objection, Your Honor. She's coming too hard. Come on, Your Honor. Help me out.
To retrieve devices of Mr. Taylor's, were they not?
And I'm objecting to any questions about that.
What's your objection?
The objection is that it's not relevant.
I don't know.
The devices that were seized from Mr. Taylor.
What is your question?
You seized devices from Mr. Taylor.
He's answered that.
You seized 11 devices.
That's already been testified to. You were wanting to ask something about an affidavit.
Yes, in regards to the affidavit that you put information about Mr. Taylor in these affidavits, didn't you?
Yes.
And some of the things that you put in your affidavits weren't in fact true, were they?
I would say everything should be true to the best of my knowledge at the time that I wrote it. Now, if there's something that I found out that differs later, but at the time that I drafted those, everything should have been true to the best of my knowledge.
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
I don't know. It'd be relevant if he's lied. Are you saying he's lied in an affidavit?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, ask him about it.
Oh my goodness, you hear the judge? Are you saying he lied on the affidavit? Are you saying he lied on the affidavits? Well, all right, then ask him about it. Ooh, detective, did you lie? Did you lie? Did you lie?
Did you ever say in any affidavit, sir,
Objection, Your Honor, it needs to be specific. Any
I can ask
I think she's gonna show us here in a minute and show the witness.
Thank you.
What affidavit? Dave, what are you referencing?
I'm referencing the second declaration of Detective Reese.
Second declaration. What date of the search warrant? So the state can see what you're talking about.
This is the declaration filed by Mr. Detective Reese on March 6th of 2023.
All right, and what is your question?
Thank you. Are you sure? In your declaration,
All right.
She can't even, I mean, Dan, I want the defense to ask the question. She just keep on interrupting. So I guess she going back up there to talk to her daddy again. Hold on, y'all. Let me get to another point. Because they want to talk on the bench.
About
And he probably like, damn, y'all really want to hammer me for nothing.
declaration, Your Honor, an affidavit of Detective Reese.
Okay, so what is your question about?
You stated in this affidavit that Mr. Taylor was pressured by his parents to re-engage with Ms. Benning. That's what you put in your affidavit in the second declaration.
Can I see the document you're talking about?
Okay?
That's a copy of the page. Got the right page. Court Chief Reese. Let me see. Very top sentence is what she's asking you about. The very top sentence.
I know, sir. I was reading the previous. Yes. So, yes, this says Jackson, which is not Jade Jackson, believed the following end of their relationship. At the following the end of the relationship, Taylor was pressured by his parents to resume his relationship with Benning.
So you got that information from Mr. Jackson?
Yes, as you can tell by the sentence.
Was that a lie?
I mean, I think now I don't believe that was the case, but the information given at that time, that was what was believed to be accurate.
He said
Yes.
it's not.
Thank you. Additionally, it was stated on page 2 of that declaration. If you go to paragraph 8, line 3,
Page 2.
I know, I was just trying to see what this document is. It doesn't look familiar to me.
You not know what it is?
is that your signature on the last page?
It is. I'm just looking to see what the document was, so I'm aware. So, okay. So page 2.
Mm-hmm. Paragraph 8, second sentence, starting with during the interview.
Okay.
Now, you represent here that Ms. Benning invited Ms. Jackson and her guy friend over to eat. That wasn't true, was it?
Uh-oh. We about to find out how they were popcorn friends and just popped up unannounced.
So my sentence says, during the interview, Jackson said she went to Benning's residence with a male friend after Benning invited them to eat dinner with her and Taylor. And I know from her text messages, Isaiah referenced wanting to get a plate, and Jade was inviting to her. I don't know if she said, I don't know the exact verbiage she used, but she was receptive to them coming to get a plate.
But it was actually Miss Jackson who asked Miss Benning if she could come get a plate and if Keontae could get a plate too, correct?
Ooh. So her friend Nazaya asked in a text message, can she swing by and get a plate? Now she knows she's having a date night with her man, right? She knows Jade was having a date night. She was cooking and painting, and it was all dealing with the baby situation, you know, painting for the baby, put something on the wall for the baby. With her man, would you ask your friend that you know is having a date night with their man, would you ask them, can you swing by and get a plate? Would you ask them that? No. She's cooking for him. Man, you can't tell me her friend. And then to say, can my man get a plate too? Can he get a plate too? Come on, who does that? Thank you so much, Black Beauty. I don't know if we still have any time left on this. Let me see. I think it's done with, yeah, it ended. I'm gonna start another one. Hold on, y'all. Let's start another goal right quick, if y'all don't mind. All right, we're gonna start another goal because the other one ended. Let's start another goal. Let's see if we can hit this one. It's much lower, y'all. Thank you so much. She said, is he out on bond? I mean, he is out on bond. Yeah, he is out on bond. Yeah, he is. Thank you so much, Black Beauty. I don't know if I said that or not, but thank you. Y'all, this is crazy, 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 crazy. So anyway, let's continue, baby. Let's continue.
I don't remember the exact wording, but it seemed to be a mutual friendly invitation, sort of, you know, you're welcome to come by sort of thing to me when I read it.
Now, going back to the relationships that you said that you don't remember in terms of Ms. Benning having romantic relationships with other people.
But that's your honor, I think counsel can testify about asking a
What
question.
is your question?
Can I refresh your memory in regards to whether or not Ms. Benning was in a romantic relationship with other men around the time that she was dating Mr. Taylor?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
You want to show him something?
Yes.
Good.
Please do.
Objecting to the question asked by counsel, the text messages she submitted are not during the time frame of this incident. We're talking about January, February 2023. This is well before that.
It's not well before that. It's actually November, starting on November the 4th, around the time.
Go ahead. What is your
And
question?
then here's another one, please, that goes to 225 of 20.
What is your question? Please, please.
The judge is so impatient. He said, oh, Lord, what is your question? Please, please, to the defense attorney.
Wasn't Ms. Benning involved with other men?
Having looked at that, does that change, was Mr. Benning, from your perspective, involved with other men?
I don't know who these messages are between. I don't know the other person on this. On this particular chain here.
So then you're stating then that you have no knowledge, although you've gone through Ms. Benning's phone, of her dating other men besides Mr. Taylor around the time that she was dating Mr. Taylor. Is that your testimony?
So looking at this, this text thread begins about a week after it appeared that their relationship was coming to an end, or around the same time their relationship was coming to an end. But yeah, they're definitely flirtatious in nature, I would agree.
They're a little bit more than flirtatious in nature, would you agree?
I would say they're flirtatious.
When Mr. Taylor relocated to Utah, he didn't just up and leave and go to Utah, did he?
No, it was several months after this, I believe. I don't know the exact date he moved, but I know he got a new job out there.
And in fact, before he even left to go to Utah, he reached out to you through his attorney, did he not?
I don't recall ever being contacted by his attorney.
You don't recall Ms. Brittle contacting you, letting you know and asking if it was okay, and to leave the phone number of Mr. Taylor so that if you needed him, you could contact him?
I don't recall that. I recall calling her at one point and asked her a question.
Did you call her in regards to Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And did she answer your questions?
Oh, I just was asking I was asking something about whether they were still representing him because he was no longer employed with the Titans, and she said yes. And I think I asked her something about their defense investigator.
And in fact, you learned that Ms. Jackson was worried because that investigator was reaching out to her. Well, isn't it true that when you arrested Mr. Taylor, he reminded you, hey, I reached out to you and told you, you could have just called me and I would have turned myself in. You remember that conversation?
I didn't arrest him. You're referring to when I attempted to speak to him?
When you attempted to speak to him in Utah before he was extradited back here.
I just remember him saying, when I read him his rights, him saying, I'll just have my lawyer sort it out. I don't remember the full everything that was said. It was very brief, just a few moments.
And so it's your testimony that you have no recollection of him informing you before he left through his attorney that, is it okay for me to go to Utah and this is where I'll be?
I definitely do not remember anybody asking if it was okay for him to go to Utah, because I learned of that through Jade Benning's family. I don't recall anybody ever telling me from his camp that he was going to Utah.
And finally, Detective Reese, throughout your entire investigation in regards to this case, you have yet to learn one thing that is inconsistent with Mr. Taylor and what he has shared as his rendition of the events happening.
No, the totality of the investigation is contradictory to his story.
I'm not speaking of your impression, I'm speaking of what Mr. Taylor has said and done. There has been nothing inconsistent with that.
You mean the statements he has made?
Correct.
Correct, he maintained the same story.
So that means he hasn't caught him any lies or anything like that, meaning that, he's caught some of the witnesses, like the female, in lies, but he has not caught Blaise in any lies. He's been very consistent throughout the entire thing. So I wonder, what in the world made them arrest him?
Messages that were just handed to you that was inferred that Ms. Benning was dating someone else, these all precede January of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And it is during the time when she's...
I agree. Steve says if this man is convicted, there's really no point in having trials. Just lock up somebody for life if you think they did something. This case is weak as fuck. That scoring X has nothing to do with this case. Absolutely, I agree. If this man get convicted, then they could just, point a finger at you and say you did something and have your ass locked up for life. I do agree with you because it's so weak. I mean, to be honest with you, the prosecutors should feel like shit for bringing this case to trial, because this is by far one of the weakest cases against someone for first-degree murder that I have ever listened to. I don't see no way, no how a grand jury could have indicted this man for anything. He just got indicted for going on a damn date with a woman that was carrying his baby. He got indicted for 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of first degree, 2 counts of felony murder. And the state has already said, if found guilty, they want this man locked up for life without parole. This is such bullshit. Such bullshit. The case was botched from the beginning. There should be no charge. This man didn't even go and interview the drug man. What? Come on, y'all. Not Nashville. I know Nashville didn't do this. She said it's typical Nashville behavior. Well, Nashville need their ass whooped, okay?
I didn't see Mr. Taylor, is that correct?
The timestamp on the first page they sent me is on September 3rd.
So wait a minute. How the hell did she get up and take over? Did the defense rest? Because I don't, let me go back a little bit, because I don't think the defense even rest. Did she just jump her ass up and insert her ass in there? Hold on.
He was extradited back here.
I just remember him saying, when I read him his rights, him saying, I can have, I'll just have my lawyer sort it out. I don't remember the full everything that was said. It was very brief, just a few moments.
And so it's your testimony that you have no recollection of him informing you before he left through his attorney that, is it okay for me to go to Utah and this is where I'll be?
I definitely do not remember anybody asking if it was okay for him to go to Utah, because I learned of that through Jade Benning's family. I don't recall anybody ever telling me from his camp that he was going to Utah.
And finally, Detective Reese, throughout your entire investigation in regards to this case, you have yet to learn one thing that is inconsistent with Mr. Taylor and what he has shared as his rendition of the events happening.
No, the totality of the investigation is contradictory to his story.
I'm not speaking of your impression, I'm speaking of what Mr. Taylor has said and done. There has been nothing inconsistent with that.
You mean the statements he has made?
Correct.
Correct, he maintained the same story.
Okay, so she's and I hear the judge says, do you want to redirect? Okay. So she handed it over to them.
Messages that were just handed to you that was inferred that Ms. Benning was dating someone else, these all precede January of 2023, is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And it is during the time when she is not even seeing Mr. Taylor, is that correct?
The timestamp on the first page they sent me is on September 30th. And then there's a few more messages throughout October. And then there's one on November 3rd, 4th.
Again, she didn't ask you for the dates. She just asked, was it during the time frame they were?
But it's not during the time frame that Mr. Taylor reconnected with Ms. Benning
Correct.
at the beginning of
She said
2023.
correct.
Correct. Yes.
And your investigation.
So the prosecutor just tried to point out that the messages that Jade was sending to the other guy, flirtatious messages, was not in the time frame that she reconnect with the guy, but she's still carrying his baby. Well, I don't know. I guess you can date if you're pregnant. I guess. Okay. Let me just hit play.
Did it uncover any evidence that Ms. Benning was trying to solve?
I would not want to date someone else while I was pregnant, but that's just me.
Harm herself or her unborn baby?
No.
Did it reveal the opposite?
Yes.
And specifically, what you're looking for in the apartment, were you expecting to find a bottle of poison sitting out on the counter?
No.
Your investigation, did it reveal that Ms. Benning wanted to be in a relationship with Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And when she asked you if Mr. Taylor had said anything inconsistent, you reviewed the body-worn camera footage and his statements to the officers and Detective Smith at the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you told them that she threw up, I
Objection.
called my dad, and
Testifying and reading the witness.
So that's it. Rule objection.
I called 911, correct?
That's correct.
And
You see how he just overruled her objection? Just overruled it.
you had information to the contrary, isn't that correct?
Damn.
Objection to leaving the witness discovery.
You want to rephrase your question about what you're reading?
Did Mr. Taylor tell you any of the statements that Nigella Jackson told you that she heard Jade Benning say to Mr. Taylor on that call, that 6-minute and 9-second call?
No, when I spoke to him, he omitted that until I specifically asked about it.
Did he omit it not only to you, but to every officer that spoke to him?
Yes, every body camera footage that I reviewed, he omitted that.
So that was not consistent in any way, shape, or form.
That's correct. So the statement he volunteered.
That's where you get into 15 other questions.
And the 911 call specifically contradicted that, because on the 911 call, he said that Ms. Benning was throwing up at the end of the call. When everything else he said before is she threw up, I called my dad, I called
She's
911.
testifying
Okay,
and
hang on. What is your question if you narrow it down a little bit?
My question is, you had information to the contrary, correct?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Your question.
Detective Reese, on the 911 call, he said that's when she threw up, correct?
Yes, I remember hearing him say she threw up on the 911 call.
And he told the officers, all 3 of them at the hospital, she threw up, I called my dad, then I called 911.
That's correct.
And Your Honor, if I can show Detective Reese a portion of exhibit with Tom Miller, it is exhibit 29.
That still doesn't prove anything because he called his dad. After she threw up, he called his dad and then he called 911. But that still doesn't prove that he did anything.
This is that 6-minute.
Oh, you got it up? Okay.
6-minute, 9-second call that Miss Benning calls Nigella Jackson. It ends at 9:35:36, and the 911 call is placed at 9:38:58.
Correct.
The next page in this exhibit, can you describe what is shown here?
On that line number 427, that was a phone call placed from Mr. Taylor's phone to a number that I determined belonged to his father for a duration of about 30 seconds.
And can you point to the line item and read out the last 4 digits of the phone number that Mr. Taylor's phone called?
6766.
And can you read out the specific time that that call was placed?
9:38, which is 21:38.
9:38 and 13 seconds, is that correct?
Oh, yes, correct, in the 13
Can you
seconds.
circle it, and can you please explain the next column that was the UTC time?
Yes.
She's like, she feels so confident that he did it. You could tell she wants to win this case, but don't no prosecutor want to lose. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't want to either if I was a prosecutor. So I think that's why she's whining, because she knows she's losing.
So we have the 911 call is at the exact time of 9:38:58, correct?
Yes, that's the one right below it. And the explanation for the UTC time, phone records, many of the records kept by social media companies, most electronic digital records we get from companies, all the time is kept in UTC because UTC does not change, and it's universal coordinated time. When we're in our winter months, our time here locally is 6 hours behind UTC.
Okay, but it is 9:38:58 when called, and Mr. Taylor calls his dad at 9:30, 8:13, correct?
Correct.
And the call with Miss Jackson ends at 9:35, 36, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can we see that for now?
Detective Reese, you were asked about different types of drugs in your conversations with the toxicologist. Did you specifically speak with the toxicologist in this case, as well as Dr. Carney, about liquid cocaine?
Yes, we talked about it.
And did they provide you with information about that?
I did receive some, I guess you could say Dr. Carney kind of educated me on cocaine toxicity.
Did you talk to Dr. Bergaleri and the other crime lab people about liquid cocaine and its connection to the evidence in this case?
About yes, I talked, yes.
And did you speak to them as well as research whether or not liquid cocaine was a lethal substance?
I did research about it.
And what did your investigation reveal about if you put liquid cocaine in someone's drink?
That it is highly dangerous.
And when you say dangerous, what do you mean?
Can cause severe medical consequences. It listed off various things, but it seemed anything from serious medical problems to death.
And her questioning included asking you about an affidavit. That affidavit was from March 6th of 2023. Is that correct? Just the date of the affidavit.
Yes.
And that was very early on in the investigation, wasn't it, Detective Reese?
Yes.
They can't even tie him to liquid cocaine, though. I could see if they, had something saying, oh, well, he's bought liquid cocaine before or something like that. How can they tie him to liquid cocaine,
Have you done multiple follow-up interviews since then and obtained additional information?
Yes.
And all of the information that you have obtained in all of the interviews you have done with Ms. Jackson, have you been able to corroborate every piece of the information she provided that night?
Yes.
And additionally, have you been able to corroborate Ms. Denny and the information that she provided?
Yes.
And you were contacted by a defense investigator before Mr. Taylor moved away from Nashville, Tennessee. Is that correct?
I don't recall being contacted by a defense investigator.
Okay, but you said that there was an attorney that contacted you before, while he was here, before he went to Utah.
No, I said I contacted his attorney.
You contacted his attorney
Yes.
about his defense investigator.
Yes, it was, I believe the reason for my calling was because of Nigeria expressing concern over a defense investigator showing up at her house or calling her or something to that effect. That had been brought to my attention.
And was that close in time to this incident?
I don't remember exactly when that was. So
What was it in
it was,
somewhere between March and June of 2023, or was it a year later?
I believe that was more into the summer months, maybe around June or July.
June or July of 2023, you knew that he had a defense investigator and an attorney.
I definitely knew by then, yes.
Thank you, Detective Reese.
Okay. You have other questions?
There was some talk on redirect
What is
about
your question?
the timing.
What is your
Ms.
question?
Jackson,
You see how she can't even get 3 words out of her mouth, and he's asking, what is your question? What is your question?
called
What
Ms.
is your question? It starts with a question.
Did Ms. Jackson receive the phone call from Ms. Benning at 9:29?
Yes, that was the timestamp on there.
And didn't she say that it lasted about 6 minutes? and over.
I believe so.
And that would take us to around 9:35, 9:36, right?
Correct.
He said a redirect, it ended at 9:35:36.
And he called 911 at he called his father at 9:38 and 13 seconds, as Ms. Norman had stated, correct?
Yes,
That call with his father lasted about 30 seconds.
that's correct.
That would take us to 9:38 and 43 seconds.
Correct.
And within 15 seconds, accounting for dialing the number and the phone ringing, he was on the call with 911 at 9:38 and 58 seconds.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was on the call with 911 for 6 minutes and 9 seconds, correct?
That sounds about right. Correct.
Objection, that is actually incorrect. It's 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
I'm sorry, even better. 8 minutes and 55 seconds. So
She said, I'm sorry, even better. 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
that takes us to when Ms. Jackson says she calls back at 9:47 and Mr. Taylor answered the phone.
I would have to look back at the record to verify the time on that.
And if they were on the phone for 2 minutes, and before Mr. Taylor gets off the phone with Ms. Jackson, he says he hears sirens, that would take us roughly around 9:49, wouldn't it?
If it's a 2-minute phone call at 9:47, that would go to about 9:49.
Are you aware that EMS arrived at the apartment at 9:48?
Yes.
And wouldn't that be consistent with Mr. Taylor telling Ms. Jackson, I think I hear EMS?
Did he? I don't believe he told Miss Jackson. I thought it was the 911 operator.
He told him that as well, didn't he?
Was he on the phone with her at the same time? I don't believe so. I'm not sure, but I do know he said that while to the 911 operator.
Correct. And so that would be consistent with what he heard also.
Yes, that's consistent with him hearing the sirens at the time of their arrival.
And in regards to the quote-unquote liquid cocaine, you have not found in all the devices or anything that you looked for on February 25th of the 11 devices that you saw that Mr. Taylor had in his possession on February 25th of 2023, any connection with Mr. Taylor and liquid cocaine or any drugs on that day, do you?
I didn't search any of his devices. I searched the
prosecutor is shaking her head. You could tell she wants the judge to intervene so bad. She's shaking her head while sitting there.
iCloud.
This is iCloud connecting to his devices?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything, did you?
Not in the iCloud, no.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step back.
Apple Denny.
Apple Denning.
What would you like me to do with all these?
Woo! Y'all. We are heading on another witness, but I'm going to stop here and we're going to start another live, y'all, for the next witness. I do believe, let me check right quick. I do believe the next witness, is that the girlfriend or let me see, the next, yeah, baby. So we're going to do another live for the girlfriend. Now, she doesn't stay up there long. It looks like she only stays maybe about an hour. It looked like she stays about an hour or a little later. A little bit more. Oh, it's her ex and the mom. Okay, so we're going to do the ex and the mom together, y'all. We're going to do the ex and the mom together on the next live. I'm actually going to stop this live because it's already 3 hours and 28 minutes. Y'all already know how long lives go. We're going to end this live, but we're going to start back up another live. So if you want to come along with me on the next live, come along. What do y'all feel so far, though? She said she wasn't long. Yeah, it doesn't seem she was long at all. What do y'all feel so far? I feel the defense is knocking it out the box despite the judge and the prosecutor keep on objecting and the judge is sustaining the objections and shit like that. She said this prosecutor needs to be voted out. You know, I'm beginning to think that they probably all some type of asshole. You know, they are the judge and it's their court and they want to run it the way they want to run it. So they gotta, throw a little muscle around or whatever. But I believe that the defense is doing a good job. Okay, I do believe they are doing a good job. They're doing what a defense is supposed to do. So we're gonna end here and we're gonna start up another live stream. Thanks to all the ones that poured into this 3-hour and 30-minute live stream, and that is Nunu, Cheryl, Tawana Featherson, Beautitude, and Blessed. We got Jamie G, Joanne Thurgood, and we got Kibo, 200K came through. Binky Bink came through. Old Source, Super Leo Lady came through. Candy Girl came through. Tevis Joyce came through. And then we got Bonita, Tina D came through, and Monique Nell came through. Then Cheryl came back. Okay, Black Beauty came back. No. The first one was Blessed Beautitude. And then we have Neurox. Thank y'all so very much for blessing this live stream. I'm going to start. She said, I'm invested. Me too. So come right back. She said, he didn't do that. He's innocent. I believe he's innocent too. Meg says, I believe he's innocent for real, for real. Sandra said the defense is on point. Kathleen said he's innocent. Super Leo said the prosecutor needs to be voted the fuck out. Rita said the defense is winning. And Kathleen said, and if he did do it, they fucked the whole case up. I do agree with you. Because what do we say? What do we say? It's not about if you did it. It is about if they can prove it, right? And right now, it does not look like the state can prove their case. This case should have been thrown out from the beginning, y'all. But nevertheless, this is just one of many cases that we will be breaking down. So I'm glad to have you guys with me on this journey. And we are coming right back for the ex-girlfriend. Now, why the hell she got her nose all up in the beeswax, huh? The ex-girlfriend and her mama. The ex-girlfriend and her mama. Now, let me ask y'all, before we jump this and start a new one, do you guys want me to start a new one or do you want me to continue on? I need about 5 votes down about 10. About 10 votes down in the audience. 10 votes in the audience. Start a new one or just carry on? Let me know. Thank you, Perfectly Imperfect. Appreciate you, darling. Kibo said the state should have never taken this case. Exactly, but sometimes these prosecutors are hungry. They are hungry for a murder trial, and they want to put somebody behind, in the prison gates, They want to put somebody behind. She wants to secure a win. She's the state prosecutor. She wants to secure a win, So I have one person that said stay. 2 persons said carry on. 3 says keep going. 4 says stay. 5 keep going. 6 said okay, no. 6 continue, carry on. That's 7. Kibo said, I'm with you wherever you chose. I need 3 more people. Miss Sonia said, keep going. Hey, Miss Sonia, girl, you be quiet, girl. You be real quiet. So 2 more people to vote, and we'll either continue to go or we will start a new one. Rita said, stay. I need 1 more stay, and we'll continue to go on with the ex-girlfriend and the ex-girlfriend mama. I think that's all the stays that I'm going to get, y'all. I only got 9 stays. 9 stays. Kibo said, I'm with, there goes Sandra. Look, Sandra, don't go, stay. All right, so we're going to stay. So we got 10 stays, y'all. So we're going to stay. We're going to stay. So let's go ahead and just go right into it then. Miss Sonia said, I'm at work listening. Okay, well, let's go right into it. This is the girlfriend coming up. Ex-girlfriend, I'm sorry. This is ex. Now, I've always been a little leery, y'all, about having exes testify. And the reason why I say that, unless it's like proven already, like, court documented, or maybe even through text message or something where they got real solid proof, then I just don't think that their testimony means shit. Unless, like I said, they already have some type of documented proof. Because the ex just coming on saying he did this or he did that, how is that not biased? You were ex for a reason. And most people that break up, then it's not a really happy breakup. So unless she has proof of the things that she's going to say, the state had to be pretty desperate to go get his ex to testify against him. So these look like the last two testimonies of the evening, okay? So it is the ex-girlfriend and her mother, okay? The ex-girlfriend and her mother, all right? So if you are just now coming in, we are on this case with Blaise Taylor. He is a, what do you call it? An NFL scout. He was being looked at by the Tennessee Titans. He is being accused of unaliving, we're really poisoning his pregnant girlfriend of 5 months and their unborn child, okay? He is being charged with 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of first degree, and 2 counts of felony murder. If found guilty, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. So far, we have listened to testimony from medical examiners, detectives, people that do the autopsies and all that type of stuff. We've actually had a lot of different people that come up and testify. People that handled the stuff that they took out the house, some of the friends, some of her ex-friends, not ex-friends, but, some of her friends and whatnot. But now we're about to hear one of his ex-girlfriends and her mother testify for the state, okay? The state has not rested yet, so we are still on the state witnesses, okay? So now let's listen to see what the ex-girlfriend has to say. I'm going to put it on mute and see if we can kind of like just get her on the stand. Look at her. She already looking mad. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is the ex-girlfriend. Y'all already know what I said. I have not heard any of her testimony, so this will be the first time I'm hearing it with you guys. Now, I've heard some of the detective testimony earlier, but I did not hear any of her testimony, so this will be the first time with you guys. So let's listen up.
Good afternoon, Ms. Denny. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Apple Denning,
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Dennie.
And Ms. Denny, how do you know Blaise Taylor?
We dated when I was an undergrad at Arkansas State.
And how old were you when you started dating him?
18.
And can you describe how long did you date him?
A couple years through 2018. It was break up, stay back together, break up, stay back together, so the timeline gets a little foggy.
Which, for reference, you said that y'all began dating when you were 18. How old are you now?
28.
So wait a damn minute. You think she dated him when she was 18. She's 28 years old now. You think I am about to come and testify on an ex that I have been broken up with for fucking 10 years? Huh? Do you think that I am about to try to remember what the hell happened between us from 10 years ago? Did y'all hear what she just said? She is 28 years old. Ain't no way I'm going to say shit. Fuck whatever he got going on because I don't give a damn. Okay?
What year were you in school?
I started fall of 2016, fall of 2016, and I met him in November of that year.
She met this dude 2016. 2016. November 2016.
And what year was he in school?
I believe he was a
And they broke up in 2018, so 8 years. They've been away from each other for 8 years.
Years. Do you remember how old he was?
no.
But he was a couple years older than you,
Yes.
is that fair?
Yes.
And did you continue to date into the beginning of that next year, early 2017?
Yes.
And at some point in your relationship, did you ever become pregnant?
Yes.
And about when did that happen?
January of 2017.
And when that happened, did you talk to Mr. Taylor about it?
Yes.
And can you describe kind of what were your feelings when you learned that you were pregnant?
I was really scared and confused. I knew I wasn't ready to have a kid.
So if she wasn't ready, I mean, at 18, I mean, that's fair to say. But I thought she said before grad school. Okay, at 18, hell, wasn't her ass in high school? Okay, never mind. Let's just go.
Was that your reaction kind of from the beginning, and did it stay that way?
Yes, I immediately that wasn't something that I thought I wanted for myself.
Was that something that you felt like you could talk to your parents about at the time?
No.
And so from the time that you found out, what did you ultimately end up doing?
I had an abortion.
And was there any point in which you changed your mind about that?
No.
And Mr. Taylor, did he accompany you to the appointments for that?
Yes.
And was there one appointment or was there more than one?
There was 2.
And did he go to both of those appointments with you?
Yes.
And can you describe at that first appointment what information was provided to you about the options?
There were 2 different types of abortions that I could have. One was the procedure, and
Your Honor has already ruled.
Okay, please.
Your Honor.
and the other was taking a pill at the center and then taking one when you got home, and that would induce the abortion.
And did you discuss those 2 options with Mr. Taylor during that time that you were going through this?
Yes.
And which option did you ultimately choose?
I had the procedure at the facility.
And did he accompany you to that visit?
Yes.
And at any point did you meet his parents?
Yes.
Did y'all continue to date after that?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you broke up, but then you would get back together.
Yes.
And when you broke up, was there anyone in particular that he might have dated while you were broken up?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name was Xavier.
And what was her last name?
Winford.
Did you know Miss Winford?
Yes, and not personally, but I knew her through him, and we had a few interactions.
And can you describe what was your understanding of his relationship with her?
Someone that he dated before he met me, or didn't date. He said they were never together, that he would never bring her home to his parents, and that she was crazy, and that I needed to block her, and it was kind of that situation.
And at some point, did he come to you and talk to you about something that happened with her?
Yes.
And what was it that he came to tell you about?
That he got her pregnant.
And what was the time frame that this occurred?
This was the summer of 2017.
And what was his demeanor like when he came to you to tell you about this?
Very erratic. He
like was upset, didn't want to have a baby with her. That's what he was telling me, that this was something that he couldn't do.
Was that a different reaction than he had when you told him you were pregnant, but you did not want to keep the baby?
Yes, it was like flipped. Like how I was like panicked the first time around and he was freaking out when it was her.
And when you say he was freaking out, how did he act when he was panicked?
Really erratic, and like but then he would say like he could control the situation. It went on for like a few days of us like talking about it, but like that night he was like trying to figure out if there was something that he could do. He was Googling things, so he was looking stuff up to figure out how if there was something he could do to make her have an abortion, and asked me if I could get the abortion pills and he could make her take them or put it in her drink.
And so you talked to him over a period of a couple of days, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was he telling you? I mean, he's telling you that he's trying to figure out something that he can give her.
Yeah.
Was she wanting to have an abortion based on what he said?
No, he said she would go back and forth, and he would like tell her, well, I'm not gonna be a part of the child's life, thinking that would convince her to not have it, because that's ultimately what he said like she wanted. And then they would just go back and forth about it, and then someday he would say, I think she's gonna do it, and I think she's not gonna do it, but she didn't want to.
And you said that he was telling her he would be a part of the child's life. Was he also saying like not part of her life?
Yeah, like he wouldn't have anything to do with her if she went forward with it.
Kind of like an ultimatum.
Yeah.
And he asked you if you could get the abortion pill for him so that he could make her take it and put it in her drink. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Did I get the pill? No.
Was that even, not saying that you would agree to do that, but is that even possible?
No.
And did you explain that to him?
Yes.
And you said that it went over a couple of days. Did he talk about anything else that he might be able to get to put in her drink?
Objection.
Okay, I don't know what objection is, you're just asking, did he?
Yes.
And the things that he was mentioning, how did he get the information?
He said he was looking stuff up on his phone. I couldn't like see what he was looking at, but he like had his phone in his hand.
And I guess what, if anything, else did you discuss with him about Miss Winford and Miss Winford getting an abortion?
He had asked me to make the appointment and said that he thinks that he could convince her by the time the appointment came to get the abortion.
And what would be the reason that he would need you to call to make the appointment?
Because she wouldn't call herself, but he wanted to go ahead and get an appointment set.
Is there a waiting time?
Sorry?
Was there going to be a delay from the time you called to when the appointment would actually be scheduled?
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
You said that he wanted you to schedule the appointment
Yeah.
because he thought he could convince her to do it and didn't want her to change her mind.
Yeah.
I'm asking if there was going to be like a time period.
Yes. And he didn't want, like, they were booked, so he didn't want her to finally decide to and then not be able to get it.
And did you agree and call and schedule that appointment?
Yes.
And did you pretend to be her?
Yes.
And do you know if she went to the appointment that you scheduled?
Yes, I assume it was that appointment.
And you said you assume. I guess, do you know what ultimately happened with that pregnancy?
Yes, that she had an abortion. That's what I was told.
And Do you know, did Mr. Taylor continue to see Ms. Winford after that time frame? That would have been summer of 2017.
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge if he's continued to see her since then?
Yes, I have assumed so.
Objection, no basis for that. Just personal.
Okay, I strike that as if she just thinks so.
Do you have any knowledge about that?
I saw a post of her at a game,
Objection.
and I was,
Okay, hang on just a second, make sure you.
Judge, I'm just asking if she has personal knowledge of the two of them being together.
When it was something was taken or when it was posted, she doesn't know that.
You see how so soft and warm he is to the prosecutor and how nasty and aggressive he is to the defense attorney? Have y'all peeped that?
All right, go ahead.
Did you know Jade Benning prior to February 25th of 2023?
I knew of her. We had had some message exchanges on social media. Like she told me happy birthday, vice versa.
And what was the connection between you and Jade Benning?
She was in a similar area. Like the Little Rock area is pretty small, so like a lot of my friends like, grew up with her. So we kind of just would see each other on social media and connected that way. But I never met her in person.
So she was kind of a social media connected friend of other friends.
Yes.
Did you both participate in the same athletic sport?
I think I was told she cheered, but I never like met her through that. But I think we might have both been cheerleaders at some point.
Okay. So you knew of her but didn't actually know her and you had never met her?
Yeah.
How did you hear about what ultimately happened to Jade Benning?
Two of my friends had said that they needed to talk to me and called me and told me about what happened.
And when you say they told you about what happened, about what was the timing of this? From when the incident happened, Ms. Benning passed away, was it before she passed away?
Yes, she was still in the hospital at this point.
And so that would have been kind of right after this incident.
Yes.
When you say they told you what happened, what kind of information did you get?
I don't remember like verbatim, but they told me that they thought that or were told that he might have poisoned her or something of the sort. But they like didn't have details and that she was in the hospital and they were like keeping her on life support, I think, until her birthday.
And when you heard that, what did you do?
Like immediately after the phone call or
I guess kind of connected to Ms. Benning and this case and how you ended up here today?
Well, like I talked to them, they knew about the situation with Xavier in the past, and I want to say maybe a few days later, my friend Ariane had reached back out to me and asked if like I wanted to connect with Miss Bridget, and I said yes, that's fine. I'm open to helping in any way that I can. And then Miss Bridget reached out to me, and then from there it was Detective Reese and so on and so forth.
And did you talk to Detective Reese and provide him with the information that you've just testified about?
Yes.
And then did you also meet with Detective Reese, and myself, and Deputy Moore, and Ms. Houston?
Yes.
In Arkansas?
Mm-hmm.
And did you provide us with that information as well?
Yes.
I can have just one moment.
If I was a defense attorney, I would say if you guys were still cordial enough for him to contact you and tell you that one of his girlfriends at the time was pregnant and you didn't want the baby and you wanted her to have an abortion and he asked you to help get rid of the baby if he contacts you then, if y'all was cordial, then what caused the disconnect to where now you're hearing that his now girlfriend is no longer here? Why wouldn't you reach out to him first? You guys seem to be pretty cool with each other, cordial with each other. Why wouldn't you reach out to him versus reach out to or say that you're willing to help with a detective or, you know, somebody else in this case? So apparently something happened to where they stopped communication, right? So I would, if I was a defense attorney, I would come from that angle.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Denny, I feel like you said that they told you about Jade.
Mhm.
When they told you about Jade, what was your understanding of whether, like, what her condition was?
That she was pregnant, and you mean like her physical state, that, or just the fact that she was pregnant?
The information that you got from the friends was that she was pregnant and
Yes.
there was
And
suspicion.
something happened to her, and they were thinking that it was Blaise, and that she was in the hospital after that.
And do you see Mr. Taylor in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point him out and identify him?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Denny.
The way she pointed over at him and then, you know, kind of didn't really look, but kind of pointed and then tried to turn her head immediately or whatever. I don't know. That's some level of guilt in my opinion, you know?
Sorry, question you could ask.
When they get nervous, what do?
Yeah, you turn up top. There.
Ms. Denny, I want to make sure that I'm understanding you got this right. So you never put anything in anyone's drink, right?
No.
You never went and got an abortion pill on behalf of Mr. Taylor.
No.
You never got any kind of other substance from Mr. Taylor.
No.
You never got any cocaine.
No.
Never got any fentanyl.
No.
You guys never slipped anything in anybody's drink.
No.
You never saw Mr. Taylor do that either, right?
No.
So what we've kind of described is like just a conversation, right?
Yes.
Conversation while Mr. Taylor was, as you described him, like erratic.
Yes.
He was panicked, I think was the word he used, and maybe that was my word, I'm sorry, but was panic a right word?
Yeah.
And while he's erratic, panicked, you guys are having this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and he's talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it wasn't something that you ever actually acted on.
No.
It wasn't something that he ever actually acted on?
No.
Okay. And just so I got the time right, so we're talking, you started school in 2016?
The fall of 2016, yes.
Fall of 2016. And you met Blaise, Mr. Taylor, and start dating maybe the middle of that first year of your school?
We met in November, yeah, and things evolved from there.
Okay, so you met at the beginning of the year, is that right?
We met in November of the fall of 2016,
Okay.
and then continued on from there.
And your kind of pregnancy situation, which I know is difficult to talk about, that happened more like the middle of the year, is that right?
That was in January of 2017.
Which would still be your freshman year of college.
Yes.
Right? And you're still just 18, 19 years old.
Yes.
Just very young, right?
Yes.
And that's a very difficult thing for someone who's that young to deal with, isn't it?
Yes.
And during that situation, at least initially, Mr. Taylor was maybe on board with keeping the baby, wasn't he?
Yes.
And in fact, ultimately it was your choice, right?
Yes.
And you made the choice, and Mr. Taylor was supportive of that choice, wasn't he?
Yes.
He went with you to the appointments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he did whatever needed to be done, right?
Yes.
And then whatever happens with your relationship, this thing with Miss Winford comes up. Is that right?
Yes.
And he has a reaction to it. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a pretty extreme reaction, right?
Yes.
I mean, and at that age, are you still 18 or are you 19 by that time?
I'm 19.
19. He's maybe 20.
He might have been 21. I think he's a couple years older than me, but I don't remember how old he is.
Okay, so maybe he's 21, right? You're both still in college, right? Is he playing sports in college at that time?
Yes.
And you're a cheerleader,
Yes.
right? So you guys are both busy with your lives in college,
Yes.
right? And this pregnancy was a scary thing for him, right?
Mine or
Xavier's.
yes.
And he confided in you in a way that he was really terrified, right?
Yes.
So that conversation, the words that I wrote down is the conversation you had where he's asking you about getting an abortion pill where that night, was there something we could do? So that was the first night that he finds out about it, right?
It might have been the first night. I'm not 100% sure if it was that very first night or the second night. But I know it was shortly after, like, this was unfolding and he found out.
Sure, really a quick, immediate reaction right after he finds out, right?
Yes.
And so he's just talking about these kind of crazy things like, can you go get an abortion pill, right?
Yes.
And this says something else crazy like, there's something we can put in her drink, right?
Yes.
And then that was kind of the end of it. Like, you have a couple crazy conversations and there's no more, right?
That I remember, yeah.
Okay. And certainly this, I mean, you're here 10 years later talking about it. You might have, if you had done something, if someone had acted on it, it had been a big deal. This would have been kind of seared into your brain, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
You're doing your best here to give us your recollection, right?
Yes.
You guys were so young at that time, right?
Yes.
And that was at least 6-7 years before 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Long. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
That was a little weird.
Ms. Denny, you described kind of the conversations with Mr. Taylor that this happened over at least a 2, maybe 3-day period. Is that right?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
And he was saying like, oh, this is a crazy thought. This conversation continued over those couple of days. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And is it correct to say that you were trying to talk him out of it?
Yes.
He was very adamant of trying to find something to do it.
Yes.
You guys will be.
She's answered that. Any other questions?
He objected and said objection misleading objection leading, and the judge just said, oh, she was just asking a question, you know?
No. Okay. Thank you. You can step down and be excused. Who's the next witness?
The next witness is Bridget Burks.
Bridget Burke.
See, now, if I was the defense attorney, I would have put pressure her a little bit more, but I think they feel like they don't need to, but I would have said, how did y'all break up? Were you upset when y'all broke up? You know, what's the relationship y'all have with each other now? What made the relationship the way it is now? And I would have showed that she don't like him. They don't like each other. So she would have a motive to make some shit up because, she no longer, like him or, is cool with him. I would have came at that angle.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burks.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Bridget Benning Burks.
And Ms. Burks, are you the mother of Jade Benning? And can you describe when was Jade Benning born?
Jade was born on March.
So now this is Jade's mom. I actually thought this was the ex-girlfriend's mother, but this is Jade's mom. This is the young lady that was poisoned mother.
It's 1998.
Do me a favor, just pull that base of that mic over there where you're situated. Okay.
Ms. Burks, did Ms. Benning have any siblings?
She had one.
And who is that?
Well, actually, let me correct that. She had 2 stepbrothers, and then she had 1 half-sister.
Was she your only daughter?
She was my only child.
And when you had Jade, where were you living?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And is that where you lived when she grew up?
Yes.
And can you describe your relationship with your daughter, especially as she's growing up in high school and college, and kind of that time before she moved to Nashville?
She was my life. Everything I did was for her. From cheer competitions, high school cheer, supporting her through her culinary, and even supporting her move to Nashville.
Did you want her to move to Nashville?
No.
And can you describe how often would you and Jade communicate?
We text a whole lot. This generation likes to text versus talk, but pretty much every day.
And can you describe your relationship with Jade? Obviously, every mother-daughter relationship is very different. Did she tell you things and confide in you about what was going on in her life?
Most things. There's always things that a child's not gonna.
Was she fairly forthcoming and
Yes.
kind of included you in details about friends and if she was dating someone and things like that?
Yes.
And can you describe when she moved to Nashville? Where did she start living initially? Like what time frame was that when she moved here?
She actually left Arkansas about the last week of 2021 because she was starting January 1st, 2022 at her new job.
And can you describe, was she excited to start as a chef?
Very excited.
Did you come and visit her here in Nashville?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you know about Miss Jade Jackson?
She's my second child. She's my adopted daughter.
Is it fair to say that her and Jade have been friends almost their entire lives?
Yes.
And
It sounds like her adoptive daughter may have had something to do with her unaliving, you know?
were you aware of how close they were when they were both living here in Nashville?
Yes.
And kind of preface the question, did your daughter have any allergies?
No.
No, any allergies of any kind?
No.
That time frame, which you know now, when she met Blaise Taylor, did she tell you about him in that time frame of August?
You know, for her to ask, does her daughter have any allergies? And the mother answered no. I don't know about you guys, but I was actually in college when I found out that I was allergic to sulfur drugs. I didn't know I was allergic to it before. And I was in my 30s at Jackson State University. So, and she was 25 on the day she passed away. So for you know, them to ask, does your daughter have any allergies? And she says no. She should have said not that she was aware of. She probably doesn't know if her daughter had an allergy or not. And not only that, you could be allergic to trees and shit. Majority of everybody in the world have an allergy. You are allergic to something, even if it's nothing more than just dust, grass, trees, leaves, some type of flower. Most people do have a allergic reaction to something. So yeah, I think she should have said not that I am aware of.
2022.
Yes,
And can you describe how much information did she give you?
not a lot.
And can you describe when did you find out that your daughter Jade was expecting a baby?
I believe it was November 3rd or 4th when she, I'm not exactly sure the exact date, but it was right after she found out.
So within 24 hours of that first ultrasound that Ms. Jackson and her went to. And can you describe how did she tell you?
I bet you her mother don't know that she had a drug dealer's phone number that she texts often.
She called me, I was at work, said, I need you to call me on your lunch. I said, okay. Then I took my lunch, went outside, I called her, she said, hold on, I gotta send you a picture I need you to look at. So while I'm on the phone with her, she sends the picture of the pregnancy test.
And what was your reaction?
Shock. I said, wow, is this yours? And she said, yep. I said, I guess we're having a baby.
And can you describe what was your daughter's reaction?
She was delayed. I asked her, we are having the baby, and she confirmed yes.
Was she, I guess, kind of have that attitude of yes, she was going to fairly quickly after finding out?
Yes. Immediately, abortion was not an option for her.
And did you and her discuss that?
Yes.
What, if anything, did she tell you about the father of the baby when she told you she was pregnant?
When she told me, she had not told him yet.
And did you guys discuss kind of that process of her telling him?
Very vaguely, because she was working, and I mean, she just said she was going to tell him.
And did she contact you and let you know what happened?
I texted her because I work days, she worked nights, and asked, how did it go? And she said, not good.
And did you continue to communicate with her about kind of what was going on with her pregnancy, as well as if she was having any contact with him?
Yes. When she told me that he did not want the baby, then that's when they quit communicating.
And when you say she told you he did not want the baby, what did she say?
That he wanted her to have an abortion.
Did he kind of give her, I guess, did she feel like she had some choice, or was that a definitive?
If she had the baby, he wanted nothing to do with the baby. He didn't want it to have his name. He didn't want the child to ever know who he was. That's what she told me.
And after that was, I guess, his decision, what did Jade do? Did that change her mind at all about having her baby?
No, because myself, my husband, her father, her stepmother, her family and friends all made it very clear that that baby and her would be very loved and taken care of regardless.
And did you and her dad both support her in having the baby regardless if Mr. Taylor was going to claim the baby or be involved?
100%.
And did your daughter Jade, did she send you pregnancy updates along the way? And specifically kind of in that January, February time when she started showing more, was she sending you pictures and updates about what was going on?
Yes. Videos.
And I have a video on a thumb drive as well as a set of photographs. I can, the defense counsel is familiar with these.
What is it you need?
Oh, I'm sorry, if I can have, if the witness can be handed a set of 9 photographs, and I have a video that I'll put on a OneDrive, and I have it all ready to submit.
Okay.
Now, I'm just going to say this, y'all. I'm not saying that she's not hurting. I know that's her child, and I would be hurting over my child too. But sometimes that is done for the jury. You have to understand juries are mainly judging off of, they have to judge off of evidence, but sometimes they put emotions involved as well. And I believe that is for the jury, you know. Some of it is for the jury. I'm not saying she's not hurting, but some of it is for the jury.
You need these back or you have them?
I have them now.
Okay, switch it to their,
I have it.
okay.
Ms. Burks, there's a video that's one of the videos that Jade sent you. Did she send it to you by text message?
Yes. In the video, she's saying 19 weeks.
Did Jade send you videos and pictures like that often? And when I say often, I mean almost at least every week, if not multiple times a week.
Yes.
And can you describe what all was she doing to prepare to have the baby in that kind of January, February, those last few weeks?
We spent a lot of time texting, looking at Facebook Marketplace, making purchases. She would make purchases here in Nashville, and I was doing the same in Little Rock.
And were you and her together both preparing for a nursery for her baby girl?
Yes.
And I just handed you some photographs. I'm gonna ask that the video on the thumb drive be made an exhibit.
All right.
And then the photographs can be 54.
All right, 53. Oh,
Ms. Burks, you were here when Detective Miller showed that she sent you a series of 9 photographs. Are these the photographs that she sent you on February 6th of 2023?
Yes, they were.
And this is the first image, this second image. Did you recognize where she was in this picture?
In her kitchen.
And specifically, there is a camera to the left of the stove. Were you familiar with that camera?
Yes, I purchased it for her.
And were you aware, is that where she typically kept that camera?
Yes.
And this next image is 3. Is that another picture that she took that day?
Correct.
And the next image is number 4. And then this photograph is number 5. Can you describe what's in it?
Her with the ultrasound.
And had she just found out that she was having a baby girl?
Yes.
And this next picture, do you recognize that picture specifically?
Yes.
And was that the picture that she kind of kept? And this next photograph, can you describe what's in that one?
She's holding ultrasound and some Ben and Jerry's half-baked ice cream.
And she was about halfway through her
Correct.
pregnancy. And then this last photograph,
Just holding the Ben and Jerry's half-baked ice cream.
and then this last one is kind of a collage pic that she sent you of multiple things. Is that right?
Correct.
That time frame right then when she was sending you those photographs, she had just had the appointment about the gender, and was there something going on with her pregnancy where she was going to have some more appointments that week?
Yes. When they did the ultrasound, they spotted something on the heart. And so they wanted to do some testing to make sure the baby did not have any kind of Down syndrome or anything else wrong with it.
When you talked to your daughter about that, was she upset about it, or was that a huge concern for her?
Of course she was nervous, but stayed very positive. We both were positive.
And did she find out soon after that that everything was fine?
Yes.
Those pictures that she took, which she took a lot of pictures that day in the kitchen, because were you aware of her social media? Did you guys communicate on social media sometimes?
Yes.
With Instagram and other platforms?
Yes.
Did she post any of those pregnancy photos to her social media?
No.
And do you know why?
Let's see what she about to say, y'all. Let's see if she say her boyfriend told her not to.
Because she told me Blaise did not want anyone to know. So
I don't know about that.
she kept everything private.
And
Blaise told her he doesn't want anyone to know. I don't know. Do y'all believe that? Do y'all believe that? In her phone, she was flirting with someone else, and it came out yesterday that it was a discrepancy whether or not the baby was his or not. Remember? I don't know, y'all. I think she wasn't 100% sure who her baby daddy was.
can you describe you still live in Arkansas, is that right? Were you allowed to tell all of your friends about Jade's pregnancy?
No.
And I guess you described that she's very happy about the pregnancy, is that right? Is there anything about
Let me say this right quick. The fact that they broke up for a while because she said, I'm having this baby with you or without you, right? So she's gonna post on social media. She don't give a damn what he think. It's her being pregnant, not him, right? So I don't think that she didn't post on social media because he told her not to. They wasn't even together for a minute. They literally broke up. So I don't believe that Blaise told her not to bullshit, because she seems like a type of woman that's gonna do what it is that she wants to do. If she told him, I'm doing this baby with you or without, then we don't need to communicate no more. You think she gonna really be like, okay, Blaise, you said don't post the baby, so I'm gonna do everything you told me to do. Yeah, okay.
you not being allowed to tell people that maybe she was not happy about it?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
So can you explain, like, why would she not like to tell people?
Because, as we all know, Blaise went to A-State. Little Rock being the size it is, a lot of people went to A-State, and there was a lot of mutual people.
But you have an objection?
Yeah, so the objection we're speculating as to why she thinks
Okay.
they didn't want to.
She's answered in terms of why she wanted it private treatment. What's your next question?
Was there something that was about to happen kind of in the, I guess, week or two following February 25th of 2023 that was going to change that status of you not telling people?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was her 25th birthday and she planned on making it public.
And can you describe, did she have parties planned?
Yes, we had 2 different baby showers planned.
Did you discuss with her how that was going to work? Like, did people know that she was pregnant?
No.
But there was a very distinct plan that she was finally going to tell everybody.
Right. Surprise.
And that week that it happened, did you talk to your daughter that week?
Mhm.
And even specifically on February 25th of 2023, did you message with Jade that night?
Yes.
And that previously introduced exhibit, that Detective Tom Miller put in. Did you recognize that post?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's her Alfredo sauce.
And is that a post that Jade made to Instagram to her story that night of February 25th,
Yes.
2023? And you've seen all of the photos that she took of the date night. Did she post any of those?
No.
And then this next image, it was Instagram, but it didn't technically say who posted it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I know what she's trying to get at. She's trying to say he didn't want her to post him either. So that's why she didn't post the she posted Alfredo photo, but she didn't post the photo of them two together because he didn't want her to post. But that's not necessarily, I mean, I don't believe that she'll be able to prove that simply because hell, the night ain't even over. You know what I'm saying? And she posted Alfredo before he even came there. But that does not mean that she wasn't going to post that night, you know? So, I don't know.
And can you describe what that is?
That is the chicken spaghetti I made that night.
And did you know what she was making, or did she know what you were making?
No, neither one.
And those messages that Detective Miller put on the screen between you and Jade, is that the last time that you talked to her?
Yes.
Can you describe how you found out?
I received a phone call from Isaiah Jackson.
And can you describe how Miss Jackson sounded on that phone call?
She was crying. She was frantic. Just says something's happening. I'm on my way. I can't get to her fast enough.
Girl. And did Miss Jackson tell you what she heard Jade say?
Yes.
And what did you do when she called?
My husband and I were out. We went straight home, packed a bag, and headed to Nashville.
And what time did you get here?
Approximately 3:30 in the morning.
And when you arrived, who was at the hospital?
Her stepmom stayed by her side until I could get here.
And was Miss Jackson still there?
No.
Were any of her other friends there?
No.
Was this?
She was in ICU and was not allowed to have visitors at the time.
Did you at any point see Mr. Taylor there?
Yes, when we arrived. He was in the parking garage because he'd been asked to leave once they moved her to ICU.
So wait a minute, y'all. Did y'all hear that? So her friend that said, I can't get to her fast enough, she wasn't there. Nobody else was there. But guess who was there? The same man that they are trying to say murdered her, poisoned her. He the only one at the hospital? What was all those friends that loved her down? That walked into the apartment to retrieve the things? Why they were not at the hospital? Does that not make you say, he was still at the hospital and everybody else had left? Let me run that back. Let me run that bike, okay? Thank you, Meg. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the support. Let's run that back. Who was at the hospital?
Was there something that was about to happen kind of in the, I guess, week or two following?
Hold on.
And but then, did you recognize that post?
That's spaghetti.
Detective Miller to put on the screen between you and Jade. Is that the line?
Hold on.
She was crying. She was frantic. Just says something's happened and I'm on my way. I can't get to her fast enough.
And did Miss Jackson tell you what she heard Jade say?
Yes.
And what did you do?
If my best friend is in ICU, I don't think I'm leaving the hospital no time soon. Especially if I know the mother is on the way, I'm staying at the hospital until the mother arrived there.
When she called.
My husband and I were out. We went straight home, packed a bag, and headed to Nashville.
And what time did you get here?
Approximately 3:30 in the morning.
And when you arrived, who was at the hospital?
Her stepmom stayed by her side until I could get here.
And was Miss Jackson still there?
No,
Were any of her other friends there?
no.
Was this?
She
So all her friends are gone, okay?
was in ICU and was not allowed to have visitors at the time.
Did you at any point see Mr. Taylor there?
Yes, when we arrived. He was in the parking garage because he'd been asked to leave.
He had been asked to leave, but he is still in the parking garage.
Once they moved her to the ICU.
Had you ever seen him before?
Never. That was the first night I ever spoke to him.
And did he speak to you?
Yes.
And did he tell you what
Would a man that's guilty of killing your daughter speak to you?
happened?
I mean, I know they will, but I'm just saying, he's the only one at the hospital. He spoke to her, and all them other friends, they left her there, and the mother wants to blame him.
That he thought she had an allergic reaction.
Did he tell you anything about what Jade said on that 6-minute and 9-second call?
No, that was not mentioned.
And after that moment, did you see him again?
No.
Can you describe that time frame of being at the hospital? Who was there and kind of what was going on?
For the first few days, only her parents were allowed in the room. And then once we determined.
Which meant sparks. I'm gonna get to that part. But before that, when you first got there, were there still police there at the hospital?
No.
Was anyone there to interview you and tell you about a criminal investigation?
No.
How did that make you feel?
Oh.
At that point, I just wanted to get to my child.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa, girl, that's dedication right there, baby. I love it. Thank y'all so much for hanging with your girl. I appreciate y'all. Down, baby. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank y'all. Mwah, 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 mwah.
At some point when you're at the hospital, I guess, can you describe what's going on as far as any police activity that first day?
I did not see a police officer during the day. Before I arrived, her stepmother was the one in contact with, I guess it was the detective.
And I guess at some point, did you get your daughter's phone?
Yes.
And when was that?
Once I got there, her stepmother gave me her phone and her keys.
And when you got her phone, what did you do with it?
Put it in my purse at first.
At some point, did you look at her phone?
Yes.
And did you have your daughter's passcode?
Yes.
That kind of shows how close you guys are. So you had her passcode to get in her phone.
We had the same passcode.
And when you got in her phone, what, if anything, did you do?
You know, she's saying stepmother, but she's really not her stepmother. It may be, you know, the mother's best friend, but I think she's saying stepmother to try to justify why the hell she sent her in that apartment to move things around or take things, you know?
I went directly to her Blink camera.
And that's that camera that we saw that should have been to the left of the stove.
Correct.
I guess kind of based.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. What now? Hold on. Let me back this up a little bit. What now?
Yes.
And did you have your daughter's passcode?
Yes.
That kind of shows how close you guys are. So you had her passcode to get in her
We
phone.
had the same passcode.
And when you got in her phone, what, if anything, did you do?
I went directly to her Blink camera.
And that's that camera that we saw that should have been to the left of the stove.
Correct.
I guess kind of based off of everything you know, did she have a current subscription?
No.
Do you have Blink cameras?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how they work?
Yes.
If you don't have a subscription, can you still see a live feed?
Yes.
And can you describe when you looked in her phone, what was it an image of?
Her balcony with her blinds open, looking out the back, her window onto her balcony in her bedroom.
Can you describe, did that seem normal or?
Thank you, Rita. She said, I'm in the bushes listening, enjoying some festivities today, but always supporting. Thank you so much, Rita M. Appreciate you so much.
What did you think when you saw
I
that?
immediately went into a panic asking why her camera had been moved because I knew my child had her camera in her kitchen facing her door.
And at that point, did you know whether or not Mr. Taylor had access to that apartment? Whether or not he had a key?
I know he did not have a key
Okay.
because she only had one key.
And what was your involvement, if any, in people going over to the apartment?
As soon as I got off the phone with Ms. Jackson and I realized that they were headed to the hospital, I immediately called her friend Lauren and said, I don't know what's going on. I need you to go straight to Jay's apartment and lock it up. It does not need to be left unlocked. I said, I need you to get her apartment key and take it to Andrea at the hospital. And that's what she did.
And you know that friends, Ms. Franklin, they went back to the apartment. Was that something that you directed them to do?
After discussing the whole camera situation and not knowing, the detective called her stepmother, Andrea Browning. she asked, could we go to the apartment? And we were told yes.
And was that the detective that was there the first night or Detective Reese?
So let's stop for a second. If the camera footage, the live feed that she says was facing outwards, it was facing her balcony with the blinds up. And she says she saw that on her phone. If that's the case, then that means that Jade knew the camera was facing outwards, right? Because if she was coherent, you know, before she drank whatever she drank, then it was facing outwards while she was still coherent before she received the medication. Because wouldn't she have known if he took the camera and walked it to the bedroom, pulled up the blinds and put it there? Wouldn't she have saw that? Wouldn't she have known that he did that?
One that was there the first night.
So your impression is that you all have permission, nobody else was
I
coming?
would never have gone into that apartment if we'd have been told not to.
And Ms. Burks, at some point Detective Reese showed up and things started moving in the investigation phase. But can you describe what was happening at the hospital?
That child just laid there on life support. When we got there, she was having seizure-like activity. They were pumping her with medications, but ultimately we were told her brain had herniated, and there was nothing they could do.
And Ms. Burks, what do you do for work?
I work at the VA hospital, Veterans Hospital, in the emergency room.
And while you are not a medical professional, does your job make you very familiar with these medical conditions?
I've been there 26 years. I'm very familiar with all the medical terminology.
When the doctors were telling you about Jade's condition, what did that mean to you?
But there was nothing that could be done to bring my baby back.
And what did they tell you about Jade's unborn baby?
The length of time that she went without oxygen and the baby went without oxygen. And she's in that condition, therefore, the baby wouldn't have been viable.
And did you even consult with a doctor at your hospital about what they were saying?
I did.
And based on everything that the doctors were telling you about whether her baby could survive, what decision did you all have to make?
Take her DNR. And to ultimately decide when we wanted to take her off of life support.
And when did that happen?
On her 25th birthday.
Thank you, Ms. Burks. I don't have anything else.
You know, I commend the mother for testifying because, baby, I don't know if I could do it if something happened to my daughter and I had to get up on the stand because, baby, I don't even know if I could get through the testimony. You hear me? Oof. I mean, it has to be a sad thing for a mother to have to testify, you know, about her daughter's death. I thought they were going to get into the, do you know your daughter did drugs and things of that nature, but it doesn't seem like they did. Oh, wait a minute, they ain't done. I thought they were done, my bad.
Ms. Burks, I know this has been very difficult. We've been here all week, longer than a week, so just have a few questions for you, okay? I think you mentioned, so I want to make sure I understood. Before the 25th or the 26th, you never met Mr. Taylor, right?
Correct.
And you've never talked to him on the phone?
Correct.
Your daughter, Jade, had maybe mentioned to him that was kind of the extent of your contact with Mr. Taylor?
Correct. He was around her one time, and I said to him, I said hi.
Like a video call or a phone call or something?
I don't remember if it was a video call. I just remember one time she was around him, and I said, to him, I said hi. But I've never personally spoken with him.
So your comment that her not wanting to post things publicly was because of Blaise never told you that, right?
No, I never spoke with him.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. That was from Jade, right?
Correct.
And I know you and your daughter were very close, right?
Very close.
Have you noticed that she's already changed her I'm hurt, not defensive, but hurt, sad demeanor, and now very defensive, guarded, and aggressive? Have y'all noticed?
And I know you've heard a lot of things during this trial. Is it possible there were any little parts of her life that you didn't know about?
Most kids have parts of their life that they don't tell their parent about.
Okay, that's fair. I appreciate that. Before you, actually, I'm sorry. Before you got, so, let me get this right. The party that you were going to have on the 25th birthday, where she was going to have a baby shower and all that stuff.
We weren't having a baby shower on her birthday. We were having a birthday dinner.
Oh, was the baby shower around then?
The baby shower was going to be in April.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were having like a joint birthday party baby shower.
No.
Do you know if Blaise was invited to that?
No, it was here in Little Rock.
Okay. So far as you know, he maybe didn't even know about that, right?
I'm not sure if he knew or not.
Okay. So you don't have any information that Mr. Taylor was even aware that Jade was going to go public about her pregnancy on her 25th birthday?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. I know when you got here, there was a lot going on. And when did you get Jade's phone?
As soon as I got to the hospital.
So like 3:30, 4 in the morning?
Yes.
And you got that from IJ?
No, I got that from her stepmother.
Her stepmother. Okay. Thank you. I apologize. I didn't realize.
She's so defensive. Look at her. No, I got that from her stepmother.
And when you opened her phone and looked in it, when was that?
I don't know the exact time.
And so you could see in the Blink application, and there's a live feed, but no, like, you couldn't scroll backwards, right?
Correct.
And so you can't see in that blink application when the camera was moved?
No, you cannot. It's a live feed.
And so you don't have any information about when that camera was moved?
No, I do not.
Bingo, bingo, bingo. She said she went through the phone and saw that when she did the live feed that the camera was moved. But guess what he just caught her up on? It doesn't show when the camera was moved. So when she went in the phone, that was already after they had went into the apartment, y'all, which means that it is very capable that they moved that camera and put it in the windowsill. Damn.
When was the last time you saw it in Jade's kitchen?
Possibly in those photos. She didn't call me a lot from her kitchen.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you, no further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, J. Lou, he just got her to testify that when she looked at Jade's phone, they didn't have a timestamp that showed when that camera was moved to the windowsill. And she don't have no way, because it wasn't a serviced camera. It wasn't, linked with a company or whatever, that it doesn't show like past history. It only shows like the present.
Ms. Burks, I just wanted to clarify, Jade was planning a birthday party in Little Rock. She had a dinner, y'all had reservations, she picked out the place. She's planning this party because you're planning a baby shower and people are gonna know she's pregnant before you can send out baby shower invite.
That is correct.
So that was kind of a big thing for her, and y'all were talking about it a lot.
Correct.
It was something that was definitely gonna be happening.
Correct.
Jade was planning multiple other things at the same time. Specifically, she had a catering event that was coming up, and she was messaging you with menus and things about that, and she was really excited about it.
It was one of my friend's weddings.
So why isn't he yelling to the prosecutor, what's your question? What's your question? She's just sitting up there just talking. Why isn't the judge asking, what's your question? What is your question?
When was that wedding supposed to be?
March 3rd. I was supposed to be bridesmaid. And obviously I didn't get to go.
Thank you, Ms. Burks.
Any other questions?
Mr. Taylor wasn't involved in any of the plans with you and Jade, was he?
No.
Thank you. Any further proof from the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
So the state just rest. I don't know if they just rest for today or did they rest, the state rests like when we come back Monday, it'll be the defense. Let me find out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the day. Please remember what I've said about not discussing the case, forming any opinions about it, looking things up, going by location, reading whatever about cases in the news. Just do that for me, please. Leave your notes up here in the jury deliberation room. That room will be locked. Tomorrow, I seen if you were listening. on Monday morning. Be here back downstairs in the jury assembly room before 8:45, 8.
So 9 o'clock on Monday is when he want them back. So it looks like the state has rest their case today. Well, I don't know. Again, they rest. I don't know how that actually works. I don't know when they rest. Do they rest for just a day, or do they rest, meaning the state's rest, meaning that's it. That's all the witnesses that they plan to call, which means if that is the case, then Monday, the defense takes over and then it's their time to shine. So whatever specialist, expert, family member, maybe even, because we at this point we don't even know if Blaise plan on taking the stand or not. Okay. So I guess we'll find out real soon. Well, Monday. We got a day of rest. Hold on, y'all. Let me see where my husband at. Oh, there he go. All right, never mind. So she said the female defense is stronger, but Monday they'll eat them up. Yes, because he's a racist, biased judge that doesn't like outside attorneys. Is that what it is? Do you live in Nashville, Norex? It says, or maybe Jade moved it because someone else has access to it and she wanted it to be a private moment. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly if they can even prove that the camera was moved by Jade or Blaise and not by her friend. Okay. So anyway, whoo, child, this is crazy work, y'all. What do y'all think? Tell me your thoughts so far. Oh, she said, I used to live in Clarksville. Oh, okay. So that's not that far, about 45 minutes from Nashville. So you know Nashville area then. You know Nashville. I was stationed in Nashville and lived in Clarksville, so drove back and forth. I was on Whitehall. She said, I know the court system. Oh, you know the court system? Oh, okay, gotcha. What are y'all thoughts so far about this case? Do anybody still think that there's a chance for him to be found guilty? Or do y'all think there's too much reasonable doubt? Do y'all think this shouldn't have been a case in the first place? Do y'all think the defense is going to ask the judge to throw this shit out? Like, what are y'all thinking? She said, I worked on Fort Campbell. Oh, okay. All right. That's what's up. You know, I was there. I was in Fort Campbell. Hey, Troy Parks. So we've been on for 5 hours. Raise your hand if you stuck out the whole 5 hours with me. It's just been a small group. I don't think that we ever reached 100 people. But hit the thumbs up button if you was here in the building. Even if you come back and do the replay, if you can hit the thumbs up button for me, that would be great. Oh, I do have over 100 thumbs up though. That's pretty cool. So that means people were in and out, you know. That's what's up. That's what's up. And I can't expect y'all to spend your whole today's Saturday. Y'all whole day Saturday with me. You know, I can't expect y'all to do that. So I see a few people that was with me for the whole 5 hours. I see y'all. Okay, I see y'all. So anyway, Rita said it is too much doubt. Okay, too much doubt. I happen to agree with you, Rita. Meg said, I wish I was here for the whole live, but I was working. Oh, okay, Meg, no worries. Let me see. She says, I have one of those and it's on live feed if you don't have a SD card. Oh, okay. She said, my kids' family is in Clarksville. Oh, are they? Okay, yeah, I used to be in Clarksville too. Okay, so quite a few of y'all was with me the entire time. That's what's up, y'all. That is what's up. I was supposed to come back yesterday and do a members only live, y'all, but child, by the time I took a shower and laid down in that bed, y'all already know it was lights out for me. And I'm going to tell you what I did do, y'all. It wasn't lights out. It was lights out, like lights out, but I didn't go to sleep, y'all. Let me tell you what I did. I turned it on polygamous because people had been talking about it and I was already on episode 6. Y'all, I binged watched it all the way to 18 and then I watched the last 4, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, I watched the last 4 today. So I finally finished Polygamous. Okay, and I've been trying to watch that show for about 2 weeks or so. It seemed a week or so or whatever. But anyway, yes, it was good. And maybe we could talk about that another time. I don't know how much longer this case is going to be, but somebody mentioned that this case is longer than Carmelo Anthony case. Yes, it is. Okay. This case is longer than Carmelo Anthony case. We already on day 5 of this case when Carmelo Anthony entire case from them picking out the jury selection all the way to his sentencing was only 4 days. Okay. For them picking out, no, actually, let me see. No, it was more than 4 days because I came on, did I come on Wednesday or Thursday? No. I think it was a little longer than 4 days. I think it was 9 days. It was 9 days. It was 9 days, which is not a long time for a first-degree murder trial. It's not a long time. So, but this has been 5 days. The defense is up next. The defense has to call. Let's just see what type of experts they call. But to be honest with you, and I hope I'm not prematurely saying this, but this just seems like a case where the defense don't have to do much. I know they will, but it doesn't seem like they have to do much because the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that this man poisoned that young lady. They have not proven that, okay? So with that said, we would just have to wait until next week and find out what's going to go on. Do y'all think it's going to be longer than a week? She said, I tried watching it, but I was at work, so I turned it off just in case someone walked up on me. Oh, you talking about the polygamist? I've been, but switched to my TV and I can't figure out how to thumb up your lives. Oh, go to the front. Oh, you on your TV. I don't know if you can do it on TV. I think you have to do it on either the iPad or computer or phone. I don't know if you can thumb up on TV. I don't know, baby. She said, I don't think the state has proven much. No, I don't either. This is one of those, what the F did I just watch? But we saw the ignorance, unjust, and stupidity. Yes, it is what the F. You know what I'm saying? It is a what the F. It is a what the F. She's like, oh my God, in my J-Band's voice. Oh my God. That one right there. Oh my God. I can't do it the way J-Band do it. J-Band can sing. I can't sing, y'all. She said, yes, I made it to episode 9 before I fell asleep. I binged it. My husband talking about something. You sleep, aren't you? I'm like, no, I'm watching it. I dozed off a few times, but then I would run it back. I think I've watched episode 6 like 6 times, to be honest with you. She said next week they're about to wrap it up. So you think that it'll just be until next week? So we'll see. We will see. But next week I'll do another poll to see if y'all thinks that he's still guilty. Not still, but if is too much reasonable doubt, or will y'all change your mind and think that he's guilty? She said, which app? It's on Netflix. Netflix is what it's on. Okay, so Nisi said, press the OK button, then scroll to the thumbs up. Oh, okay. You could do it on TV? Okay, that's what's up. But thank y'all for hanging with me. Did we reach our goal? No, we didn't. It ended. Oh, my God. Okay, anyway, we're not going to reset it. We tried, y'all. We definitely tried. We've been on for 5 hours, and we tried. But listen, nevertheless, we'll be back on Monday. Still setting goals. And we're gonna meet our goal on Monday the 29th. We're gonna meet our goal on Monday, but we're gonna come back and we're gonna finish discussing this case. There's other topics that I want to talk about, but I kind of don't want to get off this case. It's so long, so I just feel like, I guess we could do. Well, it's kind of hard to talk about anything else when you're doing a trial watch, and the trials are 11 hours long. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to switch the topics, you know what I'm saying, unless something drastic happened, like in the Carmelo Anthony case, or the Ramik and Holly case that we're covering right now as well. So for right now, I think I'm gonna stick to this until we're gonna carry this one all the way out. But there's other things that I've been looking at, and it's things that y'all been sending me. So thank y'all for doing that. It keeps me focused and away from the drama. Okay. So anyway, she said, no, the friends and dealers are suspects. Yeah, they are. She said, it has a military case like this. The officer got 12 years. Did they ever prove that he did it, though? There's a military case that I was going to follow, but girl, they didn't already found that joker guilty. I was like, damn. But he tried to say that she killed, unalive herself. I kind of figured that they were going to find him guilty. How you shoot somebody in the head and turn around and say they did it on their own? So anyway, but that case is over. I don't think that case lasted a long time either. She said, I've been here the whole time on this case with you. Yeah, I think I'm just going to carry this case out before we jump into another case. And I think maybe we should do that instead of trying to do 3 and 4 cases at one time, because we'll kind of get it mixed up. Anyway, but all right, you guys, thank y'all so much. Let me give a big shout out to those that poured. Thank you, Nunu, Cheryl, Tawana, BeautyTube Bless, Jamie G, Joanne, Kibo, 200K, Binky Bink, O Source, Super Leo Lady. We got Candy Girl. We got Tivis Joyce again, Vanita. We got Tina D. We got Monique and the Hizay. We got Nell again, Cheryl, Black Beauty, Nora X. We got Black Beauty, Perfectly Imperfect, Kibo, Nunu, Inga, Jazz, Candy Girl again. We got Tawana again, Shalandra. We got J. Lou in the house, Meg, and we got Rita. Thank y'all, Rita M, I'm sorry. Thank y'all so very much. Y'all hit that thumbs up button on the way out, and we're going to chat later, all right? If I go live tomorrow, it won't be on this case. It'll just be random or whatever. However, I don't know if I'm going to go live, but I'll be back Monday for the case, y'all, okay? Love y'all. Talk to y'all soon. Bye now.
Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.
Jade! She kept talking about that family.
Hoes over there.
She kept talking about that family. 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 That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family.
These motherfuckers don't be wanting to bless no damn body. Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.